Absolutely nothing. And in 4 days you'll be married and in Switzerland on your honeymoon. The happiest bride that ever was. And you can't drown in Switzerland. Nobody ever does. All they do is bang into trees on those foolish skis. But drowning? No.
It was all so clear to me. I could feel the water. It was like ice.
Now, if you must dream, I order you to dream only pleasant things. Eric, your wedding dress, and how happy you're going to be. Promise? Let's split up. Now, come on back to bed.
I couldn't find it.
Now, that is enough, darling. And I shouldn't worry Eric with this. You've been trying so hard to make everything wonderful for you.
What you're about to see is a matter of human record. What you're about to see is a matter of human record. Explain it, we cannot. Disprove it, we cannot. We simply invite you to explore with us the amazing world of the unknown. To take that one step beyond. Mass, June 4th, 1940. The last pitiful remnant of the British Expeditionary Force rescued only by heroic action. France crumbled. Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, overrun. Germany everywhere victorious. And England, her army shattered, her arms and material captured, stood alone, virtually defenseless, under the merciless attack of the mighty Luftwaffe, and awaited the coming invasion.
And now it has come to us to stand alone in the breach and face the worst that the tyrant's might and enmity can do. Should the invader come to Britain, we shall defend every village, every town, and every city.
Winston Churchill, Britain's most potent wartime weapon. In that dark time after Dunkirk, he rallied his people from despair and defeat. They fought with anything and everything, even the fantastic weapon of psychic power. Inside this command post of Britain's Home Guard, on the North Coast in 1940, was a mild and most unmilitary fellow who took that incredible one step beyond. But see for yourself.
So bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
About time somebody give them ruddy Nazis what for.
Churchill's a real old British bulldog himself.
No doubt of it. He's the leader we've been needing right along.
I'll tell you what.
All right, you men. Now, finish up with mess. You have to post guard before dawn.
Their finest hour. Well, it really gives you a sort of lift, doesn't it, Mr. Blakely?
It does, Billy. It really gives one hope. Our side will win in the end.
Yes, but do you really think we will?
I don't know. I suppose that depends on us, doesn't it?
The blooming Nazis don't kill me. This food will. Whoever told you you could cook, eh? Oh, fine one to choose. Farmer probably never cooked a meal in his life.
Do you think hauling coal in a dray qualifies you for any better?
Oh, what a crew. Ruddy farmers, bank teller, overage chemist, headmaster of a blooming girls' school. Yeah, vicar and greengrocer, all bossed by a one-armed pensioner.
He lost that arm in the First World War. And got a TSC doing it.
Oh, Blakely. I met Ethel when I was in town today. She said to take care that you wear that scarf against the night air. How did she look? Oh, same as ever, don't you worry. You know, I've never seen anything like it. Body, you'd think you were newlyweds instead of going on your 20th.
Yes, Ethel and I shoot each other.
Oh, she said to tell you that the red platter dropped 28 fry. Whatever that means.
Sounds like Russian code.
Maybe Blakely's in cahoots with the Ruddy Reds.
A red platter is a small tropical fish. Very beautiful. One of mine just had 28 babies.
28? Oh, glad my missus can't do that.
Quite a sight they are. No bigger than the head of a pin.
Lucky, you take the outpost. You and Carl. What?
Him? Do I have to have him for a partner?
Oh, why not?
Well, I just wouldn't feel safe, that's all, with only a kid to protect me back.
Look, Lucky, we're all the same here. All doing our bit as best we can. Carl's done well so far.
Well, he's got no nerve, anybody can see that. If he had, he'd be in the services at his age.
Quite obviously, he was turned down by the services.
Well, that's what I mean. Why?
That's none of your business. Now, Lucky, it's time you understood we're under military discipline here. This is war, and you'll have to take my orders.
Look here. I'll take Cliffy's place on the cliff ward.
I was going to put you on telephone watch tonight, Herb. You need rest.
We all do, don't we? I doubt if there's a man here who's had 10 hours sleep in the past week. Carr and I can spell each other.
All right, that's how you want it?
If it's all right with Carr and Lockie.
All right. You know the schedule of the watch and the signals. Now, no lights and no smoking from now on. Harrison.
Yes.
You and Charlie get to the lighthouse. Right. Bill, you take the near bunker.
Going to be a dark night.
Just the kind they choose.
Do you really think we have to fear them this far north? Surely they'll hit straight across the channel at Kent and Essex.
Our job is to watch for raiders, off subs and the like. They'll probably try to infiltrate all along the coast. A nice, quiet little inlet like ours is made to order for them.
I hope they don't come tonight. Likely they'll find us all asleep.
Any man caught sleeping at his post will face court-martial.
We're not the regular army, remember, Tim. We've all of us been on the constant alert for more than 3 weeks. And every man's ready to drop. And every man's doing his duty.
I appreciate that. Maybe as time goes on, we'll all toughen up, huh? Herb, you better take a gun with you out there. Probably 22 or the Vickers-Berg gun.
Wouldn't know how to use it anyway. We're only there to sound a warning.
You must have a weapon of some kind. Take a sawed-off oar or a pitchfork.
All right. I'll take a pitchfork, and here's your sawed-off oar.
Herbert, would you like me to pray with you?
Thanks, no, Bigger. Makes me uncomfortable asking favors of heaven. Besides, it's not us I fear for, it's them back in town. My wife, Ethel. Your wife and all the others.
But they'd have to land here first.
I mean the bombers.
Why would they bomb our little town? It has nothing of military importance. What reason?
Reason enough for the Nazis. Remember Rotterdam? Just to show they can do it. Just to put the fear of God in us.
Don't think of it. It won't happen here. They'll be all right.
Very well, Vicar. You want to pray? Pray for them.
Well, if the war depends upon Lockie or Charlie, or me, God help us. We're really at the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, I wouldn't say that entirely. I'll wager Lockie can still put up quite a scrap, even with his crippled leg. Of course, I'll admit, as a warrior, I'm an excellent greengrocer, but, well, perhaps our services won't be needed after all.
Yes, but supposing they come, what are we going to do without guns to go round?
They'll have guns, you know. Perhaps we can take them away. We can do the best we can, that's the straight of it.
Mr. Blakely, Lockie was right, you know. I am a coward.
Why? Because you're frightened?
Yeah.
But everybody is, even Lockie.
Are you?
Certainly. Now, curl up and catch a nap.
Yes, but aren't you tired?
I don't go to sleep now, or I shan't wake up till morning. So, I'll take the first watch, while you catch 40 winks, and then you can have the second. Now, don't worry, I shall wake you.
Blakely, the reason why I couldn't join the service, I've got bad lungs.
Go to sleep. What a ruddy bore.
Happy birthday. Oh, what happened? Do you like it?
That's all. first signal the alarm.
Seems you were wrong, Herbert. It was we who needed the prayers.
How do you feel?
Nothing serious. I'll be back on my post tonight.
Oh, the attack started at 04:17 hours and lasted approximately 7 minutes. Yes, I'm sure. We got them all. 5 men and an officer. Ours? Well, I suppose every man's got a scratch or two. Only 3 seriously. I'm sending them into hospital. Go ahead, Charlie. Yes, sir. Dead? Only one.
Who? Lottie.
Oh. Is it, Herb?
It was my fault, Tim.
Yours? Why?
I was late giving the alarm. I was asleep.
If that were true, you'd be dead. We got the alarm all right, and from you.
I woke up just at the last moment. And you know what woke me? A dream.
A dream?
A dream that saved my life. Saved all our lives, probably. Tim, they bombed the town.
In your dream?
Yeah. I saw Ethel sleeping, and the eye bombers overhead. Didn't you hear them?
No. Besides, why would they bomb us here? They must have passed over on their way to London.
Are you sure? You didn't hear bombs falling in town over there.
How could we with all the noise here?
I've got to go see. Maybe you think I'm balmy, but you've got to give me time off today to go in. You see, I saw Ethel and my house and the bomb falling.
Herb, it was only a dream.
I got to know.
All right. Colonel Marlowe here. Can you tell me, did they bomb you in there just now? I see. Thank you. You can ride in with the truck.
Thanks.
Herbert. Good luck.
Thanks.
Officially, she's still listed as missing. What about Ethel, Herb? Rotten luck. What do you want to do?
Let's go back. It's my place, isn't it?
Oh, I was so worried. I know it's against regulations, but I just had to come. I thought you were dead.
I was dead.
I dreamed some Nazis landed here and were going to attack you, and no one saw them coming. I screamed. It was so terrible, it saved my life. I woke up just as the planes were overhead, and I had just enough time to grab some clothes and run into the basement.
I had a dream, too.
What in the world are you doing with my shoe?
Want to hear my dream, Ethel?
I tried so hard to call you. I tried so hard to warn you. I wanted so badly for you to hear me.
I think perhaps I did, Ethel. I think perhaps I did.
A recorded case of the double dream. When a man and his wife met for a life-saving moment in the world outside the five senses. Sometimes people in love have been known to speak beyond time and space. To whom it happened, we know. Where it happened, we know. How or why it happened.
Let me ask you a question. Has anything ever happened to you that you couldn't explain? That made you feel sort of foolish when you tried to tell somebody about it? Well, if it has, you have plenty of company, as you'll soon see. Jennifer, Rose, and Mary. This could be a story about 3 dolls. It could be.
Song, did you remember about the milk?
That's Miss Boswell, Aunt Minna. Young, attractive, a trifle earthbound.
Yes, miss. Plenty milk for a young person in refrigerator.
And that's Song, not quite so earthbound. But then Song was born in Peking, in China, where people have been around long enough not to disbelieve merely because they don't understand. But this didn't happen in China. It happened here in Sausalito, across the Golden Gate from San Francisco.
Well, it's a miracle we've gotten the place ready at all.
Very healthy for house to be lived in again, especially with young person.
Oh, Song, about the young person, about Anne. You understand she's had a terrible shock.
Her mother.
Yes. We'll have to help her try to forget it. We want to avoid reminding her of it unnecessarily.
Then why picture?
I don't know. My brother especially asked that it be here. Oh, I don't mean that she should forget her mother or anything like that, but...
Attitude, very sympathetic, but intelligent.
Exactly. Oh, they're here. Come on. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Song, will you help with the things?
It's a deal, Minna.
Well, where is she?
Anne? Anne, are you going to sit in there all day?
It's incredible. Her eyes and her mouth is exactly
Anne?
like her...
You remember your Aunt Minna? Aren't you going to say something?
Well, of course she doesn't. She was just a baby.
Cat got your tongue?
She's just tired from the flight. Well, Song, this is Song. He was with the other people who had the house.
How do you do, Song?
Well, Paul, come and take a look at your new home. Come on. Oh, Paul, one of the legs came off that blue wing chair, but apart from that, everything seems to have arrived all right. Well, how do you like it?
Did you get the picture?
Mm-hmm. I put it in the living room. Paul? You know, there was just enough furniture for down here. But it looks quite good, don't you think?
It'll be fine, Minna.
You know, we haven't even had a chance to clean upstairs. Paul, I suppose you thought I was crazy when I wrote suggesting a place this size. But really, at the price, it is...
It was a great buy.
It was. It was an incredible buy. And you know, you'd think that there was something wrong, but it's perfect, really. And there'll be plenty of room for all three of us down here. Do you like it?
What does Miss think of new house?
Who's up there?
No one. Empty looms.
No, they're not empty.
Anne, dear, come on, honey. There's so much else to see, and I've got a surprise for you.
They're not.
Anne, did you hear your aunt? Why can't you ever do anything at once when you're first told?
Oh.
Oh, I know. I'm tired.
Well, come on and let me show you what I have for you. Do you like them?
Are they for me?
Of course they are. I hope you don't think you're too old to play with dolls. All little girls should have dolls. It's very good for developing the maternal instinct. Come on, Anne. Help yourself to some lemonade. Song made it with fresh lemons from the garden. Your daddy and I are going to have a little pick-me-up, too. And then I'll show you the rest of the house. Paul, I fixed up your study just like you had it in Denver. You can fiddle around with it. Oh, bourbon and water?
Yes. Anne! Anne, you did that deliberately.
I didn't.
You did it deliberately.
Stop it, you'll hurt her.
She did, I know her.
Why should she?
Because she hates her. She hates her.
How could you say such a thing in front of that child? Come on.
Oh, my God. Why did it have to be you?
And we've got to be patient with your daddy, the both of us. You're the one to help him through this. Because he loves you.
He doesn't love me. He only loves Mommy. He wishes I was killed in the accident and not Mommy.
Don't you ever let me hear you say a thing like that again. It's just that he's hurt now. And when people are hurt, it's much harder for them to show their love. It'll take some time for him to get around to loving you again.
No, he won't. He didn't before and he won't ever.
And, darling, you're just upset.
I guess it's like you and Uncle Jeffrey. Sometimes I wish Daddy and I could get divorced.
Hey.
Miss like new house. Real cool, eh?
Can I go up there?
Honey, that's a dead part of the house. They're not using that now.
But I want to see something.
Then we go on tour of inspection. House quite old by some standards. Built in 1890s, but has survived many decorators since. Last tenant used as one of many guest rooms.
What happened to them, son?
They decided the house was uncomfortable.
That's ridiculous.
Not intelligent people. This used as master bedroom.
Yes?
And?
Someone called me. They called my name.
I never knew this was here.
Old nursery.
It's filthy. Couldn't have been used by the last people.
No, not used by people.
Aunt Minna?
Hmm?
Can I have this for my room?
Oh, now, Anne.
Please.
You can't sleep up here all away from everyone else.
Yes, I could. I want to.
Besides, it would cost a fortune to heat. And you'll see. When we get your room all fixed up downstairs.
It's happier here.
More coffee, Miss Boswell?
Yes, please, son.
Aunt Minna, why did Daddy start to work right away?
Oh, he needs to be kept busy now.
Then tomorrow will you wake me up real early before he goes?
Yes, of course, darling.
I'm supposed to kiss him goodbye.
Everybody sleep well last night?
After all the excitement yesterday, beautifully.
Perhaps somebody too excited to sleep.
Hmm?
Last night, coming home from a movie, I see light burning upstairs in old nursery.
Oh, you must have imagined it, son. We were all in bed by 9.
Or perhaps a song imagined. Miss Not Like Flowers?
Sometimes.
But they don't talk to you, eh? Maybe because Miss Not Listen. Voices of flowers not so easy to hear as other voices.
Will you help me get the music box?
Music box?
Come on, I'll show you. In the topmost shelf.
Nothing up there, miss. Only suitcases and boxes.
Yes, in back, way in back.
Who put it there? Your things should be in your room.
Oh, it isn't mine. It's theirs, but they said I could have it.
They?
Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Nothing here.
Yes, way in the back.
"30 years lost. 30 years since I've seen this music box."
Thank you. Aunt Minna says it's the dead part of the house.
Anything loved is not dead.
It's nice having friends here.
All right, we'll try it once again now. I don't care what you say, Minnie. You're going to spoil that child.
Oh, honestly, Paul, you spend one Saturday giving her a playroom, you'd think she'd ask for the moon.
She'll be sick of it in a week.
Could be. But in the meantime, you could at least act like you're interested in where she's going.
Now there's nothing.
Probably why she's been sneaking up here all the time, rebelling because she knows you don't want her to have a playroom.
That's nice, too.
It's your own fault. The child's got to assert herself somehow.
That's the screwiest darn thing I ever saw.
Can't you find the blockage?
There isn't any blockage. I put a whole new pipe through. The gas comes on in every room except this one.
You sure the gas is turned on down at the main?
I tried everything. Don't ask me why, but the gas just doesn't come on in here. You better get an electric heater or something. I've done all I can do.
All right, thanks anyway. Just leave the bill downstairs.
Isn't that odd?
I gotta waste $50 on an electric heater just so she can get sick of it. Boy.
Will you stop it?
Stop what?
Honestly, Paul, you become a very selfish man. What do you want her to do? Hate you so you can pity yourself even more?
No, don't start that.
Oh, I want to tell you something. I don't pity you. I'm envious. At least you know what it's like to be loved.
Oh, Minna. I don't know how to approach her. She embarrasses me.
Oh, it looks beautiful. Thank you, Aunt Minna.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank your daddy. He did it all. You know, we can't get that heater to work.
I knew it wouldn't.
How?
They told me.
Who?
Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Who are they?
This is Jennifer, and that's Rose, and that's Mary.
You mean they talked to you?
I'm gonna go fix some lunch. Paul? Paul? I thought I heard a car.
You did.
Anne's waiting for you. Oh, please.
It's no good, Minna. I can't stand it here either.
You'll never be able to stand it anywhere until you learn to accept Janie's death, learn to live with it. Go home, Paul. Go back to Denver where you belong. It'll be so much easier for you there. Your friends are there. They'll be able to help you. Where Anne can feel a little secure.
I hate Denver. I hate everything that reminds me of her.
What about your daughter? What about Anne? I suppose it'd be easier if you could run away from her, too.
Maybe.
Well, then why don't you go on?
Oh, come on, Minna. This is none of your business.
You're going to listen to me. That child sits upstairs in that room all day long with no one to talk to but a servant. And an aunt she doesn't even know. Even those dolls have become more real to her than her own father. Well, I wish she were mine. I only wish she were mine. She told me to call her just as soon as I heard the car, so she could be downstairs to kiss you home.
Anne?
Oh, Daddy.
What are you doing?
It's a dance I learned called the Charleston.
Oh, well, go on.
Oh.
I didn't know you could Charleston. Well, you'll be a smash with that when school starts.
I just learned today.
Oh, your Aunt Minna?
No, Jennifer, Rose, and Mary taught me. They say it's all the rage and when I get to go to dances.
Honey, there's no need for you to make up stories. I think it's swell if your Aunt Minna teaches you.
I'm not telling stories.
Okay, have it your own way.
It's true, Daddy. Jennifer, Rose, and Mary teach me everything.
Come on.
I won't go. I won't go to Denver. I won't ever leave them. Ever.
Anne! All right. What chapter is this in How to Raise a Child? I tell her we're going home, and look what happens.
Oh, no, Paul, listen.
No, I'm trying to act like a father at least. And look what I get. Now, I'm telling you, this doll business is silly, and it's going to stop right now.
Now, Paul, wait a minute. Perhaps the dolls have become too real to her, but after all, whose fault is that? Let me talk to her.
Miss, be most careful. Trust Miss will not try to interfere with Jennifer, Rose, and Mary.
Ah, listen, if I had my way, those dolls would have wound up in a trash can weeks ago.
Important mistake. Jennifer Rose and Mary, not dolls.
Oh, yeah. Then it's got a name for it. Something to do with fantasy taking on reality.
No. This is fantasy made up by Miss Anne to hide truth.
What?
Nursery occupied by something other than dolls.
What are you trying to say?
Previous tenants moved because of this. Sounds of children weeping most pitifully in still hours of night.
Song, are you trying to tell me that room is haunted?
Yes. Very occupied. In most friendly possible way.
Come on.
During Roaring 20s, owner of house, also father. Father of 3 little girls. And shamefully neglectful of same. Many times children left here in house alone. Alone one night sleeping in nursery.
Minna!
Oh, get out of there! Get her away!
Minna!
Something's in that room. Something touched me. It touched me, then it tried to hug me.
Are you all right?
They didn't mean to scare her.
What happened?
Oh, we can't stay in this house.
Someone tell me what happened.
Jennifer Rose and Mary. They're not dolls. They're not dolls.
Song, did you put that story into Anne's head?
No. Miss Anne tell me story. I listen. Have heard story many times. Same story.
All right. So 3 children died up there from escaping gas 30 years ago, but you could have heard it from one of the neighbors.
I seen no neighbors. Did Miss Boswell teach Charleston dance to Miss Anne?
Anne! All ready to go?
Yes. Paul.
Oh, come on, Minna.
Oh, I know it's the 20th century, and I know it's impossible. But I also know something touched me.
And I've had enough of this nonsense. Anne, come on down here now, dear. We're going.
Paul, you didn't let her go up there.
Why not? There's nothing up there that can hurt her.
No? Then why are you in such a hurry to get her out of the house?
Oh, I'll tell you why. She's my child, and I don't want her head stuffed full of a lot of crazy ghost talk from both of you. We're going home now, and I'll drag her out of here by the ears if I have to. She's my child, and I want her with me because I love her. I love her.
Daddy?
Come on, dear. We're going now. No more arguments.
I was just saying goodbye to Jennifer Rose and Mary. They said fathers are very nice people. And they thought I should go. I'm ready, if you want me.
Oh, I want you. I want you. Come on now. Get your coat.
Come on. We're going to miss the plane.
Oh, that's right. Is everything all set, Song? All ready. Okay.
Oh, Daddy, my music box.
Oh. Well, I'll get it, darling. Song, take these things out to the car. Thank you.
A ghost story? The overactive imagination of a small child? What about Minna? She said something touched her. No, hugged her. An affectionate ghost. More imagination? Maybe. I guess the only thing that really matters is the difference it made in Anne's life with her father. How it happened is anybody's guess. Why? We'll leave that to your imagination. In a moment, I'll be back and tell you something about next week's venture into the world of the unknown. Perhaps the most remarkable case of psychic phenomena ever recorded is the one you'll see next week. I can't describe it because the men to whom it happened could not agree as to what it was. But they never forgot it, and neither will you. Have you ever felt that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever stepped into a strange room and had the sensation you'd been there before? If you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant step. It begins here, in Wandsworth Prison near London. The year, 1895. Our principal player is one John Marriott. Today is a big day in his life. He's to be hanged.
Now then, Johnny lad, no need for you to look at that, you know. Here. Have a smoke. Come on, Johnny boy, you'll go.
It's hot in here. It's hot.
I ain't not.
When do they come for me?
6.
What time is it now?
Well, I don't know, 5:30.
Does it take long?
What?
Oh!
Nah.
How long?
How long? Well, I don't know. A couple of minutes, maybe. Now, come on, Johnny, my boy. There's no need for you to be afraid.
Who's afraid?
Well, a bloke as popular with the ladies as what you was.
What do you mean, was? I ain't dead yet.
I am the executioner, sir, at your service. This is my assistant.
It's not time yet.
You're quite correct, sir. You have exactly 21 minutes. Will you please step on this scale now?
What do you need my weight for?
$11 stone, sir. 11 stone?
$71 inches.
71 inches? Thank you, John Marriott.
Look here, Johnny boy.
Don't want it.
It's your very last breakfast.
Take that slop away. I don't want it. Can't look at it. I don't...
Are you all right, my son? Is there anything I can do for you? Anything you wish? Any final confession you want to make?
She just sat there, with her head thrown back, laughing at me like I was some kind of worm or something. I didn't mean to kill her, I swear I didn't, but the way she laughed when I caught her with that dandy felucca, all I could see was her throat. Just grabbed it. I grabbed it. And all the time she kept laughing. Her mouth, her voice, I can hear it now. Screaming. Her hands scratching at me. Well, maybe she wasn't laughing. Maybe she was only screaming. Sure, there was Phil Lucas, she screamed, and there was Paddy O'Neill, and everybody in London knows all about that. Ooh, it was like a bomb exploding in my ear. I fair went out of my mind.
The Lord is merciful to all his poor sinners.
Oh, I know I'm a sinner. I know the things I've done. Really, if I ever really started to confess. Do you know what I'd done once? I never told nobody this. I pushed a blind beggar into the gutter and I robbed his tin cup. There was 8 pennies and 4 shillings and half a crown. I meant to pay him back every cent, but I never did. I went to Epsom, see, and I laid a wager on a nag named Alma's Eyes. That nag is still running. There was this sweet old lady there, see, and she'd never seen a race before, so I swapped my ticket with hers, and hers was a winner. Paid 15 to 1. That week, I crawled through every pub from Mere to Whitehall. That was the week I met Alma. I know, I never should have touched that blind man. I never should have touched Alma. The things I do because a lady has a pretty pair of eyes. But I can't help myself. Please, please don't let them hang me.
You must be brave, my son.
Please.
John Marriott, bend your knees. Pray. Pray.
I can't.
Try, lad.
I can't. I can't.
The Lord is my shepherd.
I don't want to die. No. I don't want to die.
You leadeth me.
No.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. There is a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life.
What could have happened, sir? Really, I don't. I've been the executioner for 19 years, and it's never happened before, sir. We examined that rope very thoroughly, as we always do.
Well, how is he, Doctor? Oh, he's coming around. It was merely shock. There's no physical damage at all.
Are you quite certain?
Quite.
Then let's get on with the execution.
You're wasting your time, Governor. If you think that I'm going to die on your blasted gallows, you've got another think coming, because I'm not.
Marriott, I'm sorry about the accident, but the court has sentenced you to be hanged.
But that's the point, Governor. It wasn't no accident.
Let's get on with it.
Ain't nobody here can kill me. Not if you tried for 100 years and 100 ways. Not you. Not you. Not the executioner. Not nobody.
I said let's get on with it.
Hold on. I haven't had any breakfast. But what you going to do, hang me without giving me any grub?
I thought you said you didn't want any.
Oh, now I do. It's unhealthy for a man to miss his breakfast.
All right, but hurry.
Oh, good. I haven't had a meal like this since the trial. You blokes don't hardly give a man time to stow his grub, do you?
Would you stand, please?
I don't mind. Hey! Hey, you blokes are just wasting your time. If you want to know why, I'll tell you. Don't you forget to have a nice lunch waiting for me. I want some roly-poly pie. Hey, where's me brandy? I want me brandy. What kind of a hanging is this?
They'll follow me all the days of my life.
Save your breath, Vicar. They're not hanging me.
You're wasting time, Max. You really are.
Oh, now, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's my lucky number. Oh, no, I don't want that.
You sure you don't want the odd? Might make it easier for you.
I don't need it any easier, mate.
All right. This time, just to make sure, we'll try it once more. Ready?
You're wasting your time, boys.
You sure you don't want the odd?
No, I don't want the odd. Go a little to the left, a little to the left. Getting so good at this job, I think I might become the executioner. Ooh, that's tight. wasting your time, Governor. You can't hang me. Why don't you give a...
Enough. Take him back to his cell.
The man who can't be hanged.
But why? Why do you think they're unable to hang you, Mr. Marriott?
Ooh, maybe there's a good angel watching over me.
More than likely it's the devil, I'd say.
Well, I don't much mind who's watching over me, angel or devil. Just so long as it's somebody with influence.
As a matter of fact, quite a lot of people with influence are interested in you, Mr. Marriott.
Oh.
Your case has been debated right now in the House of Commons. Mr. Gladstone thinks that you should be set free, that you've suffered enough.
Well, now, that makes two of us.
But seriously, Mr. Marriott, don't you have some theory as to why you couldn't be hanged?
Oh, I know why I couldn't be hanged. And if one of your high and mighty papers is willing to pay 500 quid for the information.
500 pounds? That's not very likely.
Then I'm not very likely to tell. I wager you hate to see me go, eh, Governor?
I hate to see anyone make justice look foolish.
Oh, come now, Governor, don't take on so. If you was to put me up on that there gallows 50 times, you still couldn't hang me.
Now go on home, Marriott.
You want another try at me neck, Governor? I'd be glad to oblige.
Now get out of here.
You're smart not to take me up, Governor, because I'd win sure as I'm standing here. You know how I know? Well, you listen, and I'll tell you. Just when they was pulling that hood over my head and the rope snapped, I saw how old John Marriott was going to die. And it wasn't on no gallows.
I said get out.
It's your jail, Governor.
Now go home, will you?
I'm going to die in a most amazing way, Governor. In a most remarkable way. Some more for Molly, too. Don't let them ruby lips get dry. You know, when they takes you to the gallows, they offers you a glass of brandy. Now, ain't that sweet of them?
Oh, I bet you had the old bottle, eh, Johnny?
Almost. You should have seen their faces when them gallows wouldn't work. That bloomin' executioner, he kept kicking that release bolt till I thought he'd have a stroke.
You with that noose around your neck. Weren't you scared?
Scared what for? They couldn't hang me, not if they tried, till doomsday.
Oh, come off it, Johnny. How could you know?
Devil himself whispered it in my ear.
Johnny!
Oh, Liz!
Johnny.
Where have you been? Oh, you're blooming
Johnny,
like a rose.
You know who's
all
coming in here?
flashlight.
Will Cooper!
Did you miss me while I was
Johnny,
in the juggling?
Johnny, Will, he's coming. He's coming.
Come on, give us a kiss. Oh.
Johnny, he's got a gun.
Come on, Liz. Have an ale. 2 ales, Georgie. 1 for Liz and 1 for Will when he gets here.
Ain't you afraid he'll kill you?
Will, no. Will's a mouse, not a lion. You want to know how I'm going to die? I'll tell you. There's only one way I can die. One way and no other. Now, gather around. Gather around and I'll tell you about my vision. Though the press offer me 500 quid, I won't charge you a farthing.
John.
Old Johnny Marriott's going to die at the foot of a lion right here on the streets of London. That's how it's going to be, I know. I was standing there on them gallows. I was standing there with that white hood over my head. And I heard them release the lever, and I heard them trapdoors swinging open, and I felt myself falling. And while I was falling, the inside of that hood lit up like 1,000,000 candles. And there I was, lying dead at the feet of a lion, right here on the streets of London. And I knew that's how it had to be. That way, and no other!
Turn around, John. Another ale, Georgie?
If you think you can kill my sister and go scot-free, you've got another thing coming.
Too much head on that ale, Georgie.
Turn around, John, or I'll shoot you right in the back.
That's better, Georgie. Huh? Hey, you know Alma Cooper, that girl what I strangled? Well, I hear her brother's looking for revenge. Now, you tell him, will you? You tell him that if Alma were alive, I'd kill her again right now. She deserved everything she got.
And you deserve what you're gonna get, John Marriott.
Try it again, Will. You couldn't hurt me. You couldn't hurt me with a cannonball. Not with a whole regiment of grenadiers to back you up. You couldn't hurt me unless you could bring the jungles of Africa up here to London. Well, that's to wake you up. Now lift up that pistol and shoot. Bang that piano. Let's have some dancing. What is it, a funeral? Ooh. Oh, now, what's wrong? What's everybody looking at me like that for? What do you think I am, some sort of spook? Oh, put your mind at rest on flesh and blood. Yes, and when that lion finally catches up with me, I'll prove it. Yes, I'll prove it. The devil himself. Oh, blast the lot of you. I hope every one of you rot. I'm no more haunted than you are. You're all going to die, same as me. Only difference is, I know how. Johnny Marriott, Esquire, will face any lion, living or dead, and spit in his blooming eye. Hello. Hello. Oh, there you are, you beast. Ooh, you big big, ain't you? I suppose if you got me in your jaws, there wouldn't be much left now, would there? If you're going to do me, you do me now, eh? Come on. Take him on. Drag him on. Well, I'm feeling a bit thirsty, so... Ta-ta, old cat. What are you doing here in this hour? Hey, come here, you! Come here! Come here! Hey, come back there! Come back there! Hey, come back! Look, he's broke his blooming neck. He's stone dead.
Find them all over London. The symbol of Britain, you know. Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows. This is the tiny Mediterranean island of Gabrihorma. Latitude 39 degrees north, longitude 3 degrees east. 150 miles from the coast of Spain. Mitchell Campion's Magic Island. And who is Mitchell Campion? Well, everyone who knows him, that is, those who are really close to him, think of him as a perfectly normal, average American male. But do they know everything about him?
Es posible para mí, por
Muévete, muévete.
Ya voy,
señor. Un momento, señor.
Sí, ya. Por favor, es posible para mí.
We have no room, señor. Ah, Señor Campion. Why, yes, for Señor Campion, we will always have a room. We will find a room. Let me see. Senor Rodriguez, you will leave about 2 o'clock, I see.
Yeah, how'd you know my name?
But of course I remembered.
Oh, remembered what?
Why, you, senor.
I beg your pardon?
Well, it is only 1 month since you left.
No, you confused me with somebody else.
Hey, is it too early for lunch? I'm starving.
No, the dining room is open, as always.
I'll leave my bag here for now, all right?
See, good.
Hey, how did you know my name?
No entiendo. I do not understand, senor.
Okay, never mind.
Sí, señor. Señor Campion, bienvenido. It is so good to see you again. Sit down, sit down. And for this time of day, your usual, how you say, brunch. I remember, no?
Well, look, miss, I,
Un momentito. You see, Carla remember, and one already prepares the ham and the eggs, how you call it, country style.
Look, just a minute.
Si, senor?
I appreciate all this special attention, but I'm afraid you made a mistake.
Ah, the tomato juice. It is not as you like it?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, that's just the way I like it, but, well, you don't understand. I don't know how you know my name or how you happen to know how I like my ham and eggs or any of it, but I'm not whoever you think I am.
You are not Senor Campion?
Well, yes, I am.
Senor Mitchell Campion from Ohio.
Yes, but I've never been on this island before in my life. Never. Don't you understand?
Ah, si, claro, of course, I understand. You have never been here before.
No, really. I have really never been here before. I don't know how you know so much about me, but believe me, I have never been here.
Of course, claro, I understand. You have never been here before. I've never been here before.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Muchacho.
Sí, señor.
How long have you been working here?
Working here? 2 years, señor.
And have you ever seen me before?
No, señor. Nunca.
Ah, well, that's a relief.
Why doesn't Senor Campion want to be recognized?
Oh, who knows? Take that upstairs, huh?
Give me a beer. Oh, make it a cognac.
Miguel, you did come back. I knew you would. I told them you would.
Look, there's been some sort of mistake.
Mistake?
I don't mean to offend you. I can't imagine what's causing all this confusion, but I know you honestly think you know me, but believe me, I have never seen you before in my life.
Miguel, what is it?
What is what?
Miguel.
No, my name is not Miguel.
It isn't? Well, I beg your pardon, Mr. Campion. Now tell me, why did you come back?
Oh, now what is this? What is this? Some sort of joke or what?
A joke? Some of us here did not find it very funny.
Who? What are you talking about?
I, for instance. I did not find it very funny.
What didn't you find very funny? Now, look, I arrived here this morning. I've never been here before in my life.
Yes.
Well, what do you want?
Miguel, are you all right? Well, you must forgive Gino. You know how he is. After all, he's Francesca's brother. You must understand how...
I understand all right. Everybody on this island is insane.
Miguel, wait.
Si, senor? You said I was here before, last month. Well, apparently everybody on this idiotic island agrees with you.
Si, senor?
Yeah, but I wasn't. I can prove it. Now, take a look in your register and show me my name any day before today.
Oui bien.
Wildest thing I ever heard of. Even if there was somebody who looked like me.
Miguel.
Francesca. know you. I do. Francesca.
Is it true, Miguel? You really do not remember?
I don't know.
Alexis told me I could not believe it.
Alexis?
Have you been ill? Is that it?
Alexis. What?
Or is it that you prefer not to remember?
Look.
Why did you leave? Why did you not say something?
I don't know what I'm supposed to
Why did you come back?
come back.
Do you want me to tell you that it was all a mistake? That it was not you, that it could not have been? Do you want me to release you? Oh, right. I do. You have no responsibility here. You can go. You can forget it all.
Forget what? No, please, forget what?
Oh, Miguel, please.
Try to be patient with me. I'm all mixed up. All I know is ever since I set foot on this island, people have acted like they know me. I thought at first they were mistaking me for somebody else. But the moment I saw you, it was like a door beginning to open on a room that I know somehow.
Miguel.
No. Francesca, please. Please. Francesca. Corazon, please. Corazon, no.
Sí. Sí, corazón. Sí. Oh, Miguel. Querido Miguel. There must be a way you can find out about it, no? Miguel?
I do not understand, senor. Your name is not here.
Well, it's got to be. You said I was here, didn't you?
See.
It's the law. Every guest has to sign the register, isn't it?
See?
Well, where is it? I want to see it.
Your name is not there, senor. Do you not insist you're not here? That you were never here before today?
Why isn't it here? Why?
I don't know, senor. I don't understand.
You still say I was here, don't you? Don't you?
Of course you were here.
I was. I was. There must be proof somewhere. Somewhere.
Monsieur, we are closing.
Check your passenger list. I know my name must be on it. Mitchell Campion.
Monsieur, we have no passenger list. We only sell tickets. One way or round trip, that is all.
Oh. Well, maybe whoever sold me the ticket or somebody on the ship might remember me.
Do you have a passport?
Yeah, sure.
If you were here last month from a foreign country, it will be stamped by authorities. What is it, Monsieur Campion? What do you want?
What?
Your passport was issued in New York City on the 14th of June, 10 days ago. You could go nowhere before that.
Is your name Alexis?
Please, Miguel. Whatever game there is.
No, please, listen to me. I'm not playing any game now. Something is terribly wrong. I know I've never been on this island before in my life. I couldn't have been, but...
But what?
Francesca. I've seen her. I know her. And a lot of other things. This place. And you.
Miguel, are you saying the truth? You really do not remember?
That's just it. I feel like I'm going out of my mind. I couldn't have been here, not possibly. And yet, more and more, I'm sure I was.
I think you're ill, Miguel.
No. It has nothing to do with that. Now, look. Look at my passport, Alexis. It's dated June the 14th. That's 10 days ago. 10 days ago. I have never been out of the United States in my life. Now, can't you see? I couldn't have been.
You say, Miguel, you remember things. Can you remember this? That snapshot was taken here over a month ago. Over a month ago.
That's impossible.
Over a month ago.
God, Alexis. What is this?
I don't know, Miguel.
Oh, well, there has to be a logical answer. I mean, a man can't be in two places at the same time.
No, that does not seem logical. And yet, here we are. Are you sure, Miguel? Are you absolutely sure they couldn't have been here and, let's say, forgotten?
Forgotten how?
Amnesia. Something. Anything. Perhaps there was another passport.
Oh,
perhaps.
no.
But you were here.
Yes, I believe that. But I also know that I couldn't possibly have been. I was in a hospital in Paxton, Ohio, during the time you say I was here. I was in a hospital almost a month. And I was unconscious most of that month.
Unconscious?
I was in a bad automobile accident. Believe me, I couldn't have walked 2 steps out of that bed even if I'd wanted to.
Miguel, why have you come here now?
Well, I was discharged from the hospital. The doctor ordered a long rest.
But why this island? This is not the usual tourist place.
Well, I don't know. I read about it a long time ago, and I guess it stuck in my mind.
And the first time you left the United States, you came right here. Why?
Well, I guess I always wanted to come here. What are you getting at?
I'm not sure. If you really were in that hospital all that time... Miguel, I've lived longer than you, and I have thought more. Do you really think there are no larger answers to the small one we can supply?
Larger answers?
Oh, Miguel, I had thought you had gone again.
I'm sorry, but I had to find out.
Now you know, don't you? Oh, what a happy day that was.
Miguel, there are answers for everything. Unfortunately, we know very few of them.
Querido, do not be so troubled. Whatever that is confusing...
Wait a minute. Wait, I can prove this. I can prove it.
Si, senor?
Hey, what room am I in? I want my bag.
Your bag, senor, is right here. Senor Rodriguez.
All right, never mind. It's my medical record. The doctor told me to take it with me when I left the States, just in case. Mitchell Campion admitted Paxton Memorial Hospital on April 30th. Underwent surgery and post-operative care for head and chest injuries. Discharged May 28th. That's 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. think. I don't even know how to begin to think about it.
I only know one thing. I have loved you before. I love you now. I always will. Always. That is all that matters to me.
Miguel? You did not read far enough. During corrective surgery, the patient developed cardiac arrest. Adrenaline was used without response. A chest incision was made, and cardiac massage ultimately revived the patient. But for a period in excess of 4 minutes, all respiratory and circulatory functions having entirely ceased, the patient was dead.
"4 minutes, 4 hours, 4 years. Who knows what time really is? We dream complete experiences in seconds, don't we? They say a drowning man relives his entire life in a moment. But what about Mitchell Campion? There have been many investigated cases of the miraculous transportation of persons or things over great distances in an instant. It's called teleportation. It has something to do with the still unsolved laws of time and space. All we know is that the facts of this story were carried by the news services to every newspaper in the country. Where is Sylvia Ackroyd? Many have asked that question. Her husband, her friends, the police, especially the police. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last, to visit this room. It's Sylvia's room, now become one of the world's more celebrated bedchambers, thanks to Scotland Yard's highly trained clue seekers. They began, as they usually do, with personal effects. With these dresses, all knit by hand. Lonely hands. The hands of a woman who had nothing else to do. But where is Sylvia now? Dead? But not exactly. Well, not officially. That morning, the 4th of April, was an important day. It was her birthday.
Sylvia?
Her 40th birthday.
Good morning, my dear.
Harrison?
I have something for you. You should have come down to breakfast this morning. Essie did something triumphal with kidneys and bacon.
Kidneys make me nervous at the best of times, let alone breakfast.
Would you mind signing here and here?
What is it?
It's a new stock I'm buying now. Now, please, dear, I'm in rather a hurry.
I'm sorry. But I do like to be told about things now and again.
I'll tell you later. Incidentally, I won't be home for dinner tonight.
I didn't expect you. It's Friday. You're always late Friday.
Merely because Friday happens to be the most opportune evening for filling business associates with expensive champagne.
Of course.
As a matter of fact, I'm taking Horton Bassett out to Sunningdale.
Really?
You remember Horton? He was with me during the war. The three of us used to go out together in Paris.
He was with us the night we won that waltz contest at Bricktop's. That was such a beautiful, lovely night.
You have a very good memory, my dear.
I need it.
Shall I give Horton your regards?
Do.
Well, have a good day.
You too. Good day. A good day. What is a good day?
Mrs. Ackroyd, where are you?
I'm down here, Essie.
What are you doing down there?
Celebrating my birthday.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been wanting to get this place cleaned up. 10 years this stuff's been lying around here.
All the things I had in Paris.
Oh, the welfare people could use some of these. Here's a perfectly good sweat.
Oh, no, Essie. This saved my life. You didn't have any heat during the occupation.
Oh, living in the past when them things could keep some poor kid warm.
Oh, Essie, look. Our transmitter. We used to send messages on that across the channel, and you don't know how I...
You know, we really should send some of these things to the hospital.
My diploma from the Sorbonne before the war.
What's all this?
Oh, Essie. Madame Soulon and I made these the day the Allies marched into Paris. We dyed little strips of rags with red and blue ink, and we waved them and waved them as the boys came marching up the Champs-Élysées the day I met Harrison. Oh, Essie, it was so exciting.
Well, it's over now.
Yes, it certainly is. It's hard to believe it was even me.
What's this? A game for young and old. Oh, well, that can go to the hospital. There's room in there for some of these clothes.
No, Essie.
Well, what is it?
Jeremy. 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 You remembered today. Oh, bless you. I needed it so much. Sharon. Oh, Westy, that's not very big.
You're lucky to get anything, sending me down at the last moment. 3 shops I had to go to for enough candles. And I got lamb chops for your dinner.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Maybe I should get some more. There's only enough for one.
No, that's right, Essie. Dinner for one. I'll have it up here on a tray.
Sir,
Hmm?
I was wondering if you knew a man called Jeremy.
Doesn't that look good? Jeremy who?
I don't know. He came to call on Mrs. Ackroyd yesterday.
Jeremy. Oh, probably Jeremy KARLOFF from the Spanish consul. What did he look like?
Oh, I didn't see him. He came when I was down at the shops. Mrs. Ackroyd asked me to get her a birthday cake, and it was when I got
was
back.
it her birthday? Heavens, Essie, why didn't you remind me?
Anyway, it was quite a party.
Oh, good. I'm always telling Mrs. Ackroyd she should have more friends. Have a few laughs.
Well, there were plenty of laughs yesterday. I could hear them even when I was down here, dusting the sitting room.
Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
It's all right, Essie. I'll help myself. Oh, I'm so hungry this morning I could eat me kidneys.
Scrambled eggs.
Oh, so they are.
Darling, I'm sorry about yesterday.
What?
Your birthday.
Oh, darling, I forgot yours last year. Anyway, I thought you were just being tactful. You know how women dread birthdays. I was thinking, that's one advantage in not having any children.
You never miss an opportunity, do you?
I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that this way I can stay the same age forever without suddenly finding I have a daughter years older than I am.
Anyway, I'm glad you had a nice day.
I did.
Essie tells me you had quite a party. Who was here?
Oh, it wasn't really a party. I just thought a birthday cake would be fun.
That man from the consul?
Who?
KARLOFF?
KARLOFF. Oh, no, Harrison.
Then who was here?
There's no one here.
Sylvia, what you do is your own affair. I use that word judiciously. Frankly, I don't mind, as long as you're clever enough to keep it that way. But you must understand my position. I will not risk adverse publicity. I don't intend to find my name in the morning papers. I hope I make myself perfectly clear.
Jeremy? You know, Harrison thought I... Oh, Jeremy. Harrison, you're early.
Where did you go tonight?
Oh, I got bored with the house, so I thought I'd dine out.
Oh, so you thought you'd dine out.
Yes, Harrison. It's Friday, your night out. I thought it was time for my night out, too.
Where did you go?
Paglino's?
Did you see anyone we know?
Yes, I saw the Bradens.
And did they see you?
They were sitting at the next table.
Well, you're going to tell Lily Braden right now how delightful it is to have your cousin over here on a visit from France. And
No,
that you will...
I won't, Harrison. Because Lily wouldn't know what I was talking about. Yes, they did see me. In fact, they asked me to join them because I was by myself, dining alone.
You're a liar as well.
How dare you?
Now, what about this afternoon?
Oh, I haven't had time to type it up yet, sir. Here you are.
12:30 cold lobster and salad at the Dover Butchery. 1:15 proceeded along Dover Street to Bailey's Gallery in the Prince's Arcade. made purchase of 4 pictures. Did you see what they were?
Well, without getting too closer, they looked like military prints. Soldiers in different kinds of old-fashioned uniforms.
Yes. 140 took taxi along to the Leicester Square Cinema. American musical starring Sid Charisse and G. Did she meet anyone?
Not today, sir. And Mrs. Ackroyd left the cinema about 4:25 and took a taxi home.
No visit to the museum today?
No, not today, sir.
And all this time, she never talked to anyone?
Well, not to anyone, sir.
What do you mean?
When she thought no one was looking, she talked a lot, sir. In a low whisper. And laughing, sir. Your wife laughs a lot. But always to herself.
I see.
Jeremy, why can't I see you? Oh, you're always saying one day, one day. It's maddening. Jeremy, come over here to the piano. This little figurine. See if you can move it. It's not ridiculous. Well, then show me. Push it over, please, Jeremy. All right, it's silly, but I just want to see if you can do something physical. Jeremy, no. Harrison paid a fortune for... Oh! What'll I tell Harrison? But how? I don't know how to play the piano. But I can't. All right. What do I have to do? Yes. Yes. I can feel your hands on mine. Jeremy. That's beautiful. Look at my fingers. You never told me you could play like this. Jeremy, please let me see you just once. I'll do anything. Yes, what? I promise. This afternoon, I'll go to Hartnell's and buy the giddiest thing I can find. You will? Honestly? Now, Jeremy, don't tease me. I couldn't bear it if you... When? Jeremy, tonight. What time? Oh, Jeremy, I want to know how tall you are, and the color of your eyes, and what you look like when you laugh. Turn that off. How good you are, how good you are, would you sigh on me? How good you are, good.
Here, drink this.
It's pathetic, isn't it? All these weeks you've been suspicious. Now you know. I do have a friend. Now you know why I couldn't tell you about him. Wasn't because I was frightened you'd be jealous. I wish you could have been. If you were capable of jealousy, this wouldn't have happened.
I know one thing, Sylvia. I know that you're ill. You need a doctor.
No! You don't know anything. I'll tell you. You remember me. I don't mean the heroine of the resistance or anything like that. I mean me. Me, the way I was. Fun and pretty and enthusiastic about things. You remember? What happened to me, Harrison? I died. Wasn't getting older, that did it. Harrison, I loved you very much.
Sylvia, you must...
Just listen. When I found out about you, I should have fought to keep you. But I didn't. I just gave in. I stopped living. Until 3 weeks ago, Harrison, on my birthday, something happened to me. And all of a sudden, I was moving again, and there was color and fun and sunlight. Because someone was showing me some affection.
Who?
Someone incredibly kind.
But who, Sylvia?
Do you know what a Ouija board is?
A Ouija board? What are you talking about?
You remember when Pierre Dardet was captured, and we couldn't get any messages across anymore. Well, Madame Soulon had read a book on telepathy. It seemed pretty far-fetched, but we were desperate enough to try anything. The nights were long, anyway. So somewhere she'd find a Ouija board. Well, you've seen them. You put your hands on it and they write messages. It's a board. Well, anyway, it didn't work. Not for the purposes we wanted, but we did make a friend.
Go on, Sylvia, go on.
Before God, I'm telling you the truth. At first, the writings were meaningless. But slowly, there was sense, and then Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Yes, he was a soldier who fought for France in 1870. Oh, I know this sounds unbelievable, but I've checked it. I've checked in every book in the library. Everything he told us, it's all there. His name, his regiment, where he fought. I swear.
Go on, Sylvia, go on.
Well, we began to depend on Jeremy very much. He used to tell us where we could find food from the Germans, and he warned us before the Gestapo made searches, and he... Best of all, he made us laugh. Well, that's my lover. A man who's dead 80 years.
Operator, would you give me the number of the Belden nursing home, please?
What are you doing?
4561.
Harrison, why are you calling that place?
Sorry, Sylvia, we need a doctor.
That's not a nursing home.
Hello. Can I speak to the doctor in charge, please?
But you can't. You can't. Everything I told you was the truth.
Hello, doctor. This is Harrison Ackroyd speaking. Could you come over to my house, please, as quick as possible? It's my wife. Yes, we live quite nearby.
There's nothing the matter with your wife.
443 Queensgate, as soon as possible, please.
I'm not insane. I'm not. I can prove it. I can. Jeremy promised me. Jeremy, you promised. What time is it?
Almost 7:30.
Jeremy, please. I need you. Harrison, if you wanted to get rid of me so badly, why didn't you tell me? I would have given you a divorce. This was a cruel way of doing it.
Sylvia, I don't want to argue at this moment.
I want to argue.
You can't see it clearly now, but what I'm doing is the best for you. You see, you need care.
No! Yes, I do need care, but not from a doctor.
When the doctor comes, I'm sure he'll make you understand better than I.
I won't see him! You mustn't do this. Harrison, please don't do it.
I'm sorry, Sylvia.
Now listen to me. If you heard him too, if you heard his voice, if you saw him... Jeremy, you promised. I never needed you so much. Jeremy!
Sylvia!
The tape recorder. The piano. Now, you know I can't play the piano, Harrison, but you heard me play it on the tape recorder. That was Jeremy. If I can do it now. Jeremy, help me. Help me. Help me, help me, help me.
The doctor's here.
Doctor, I'm Harrison Ackroyd. That is my wife.
You can trust me. You'll be happy where you're going. Come on now.
Is it necessary for me to come with you, Doctor?
Not at all.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, don't bother to make up the fire. Essie, I'll be going out almost immediately.
Oh, I hope the doctor's not having any trouble. Sir.
Mr. Ackroyd?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Werner.
Who?
Werner. We talked earlier on the telephone. From the hospital. I've come for your wife. Where is she, Mr. Ackroyd? Where is she?
When she left this house, Sylvia Ackroyd joined that bizarre band of human beings who have simply vanished from this earth. Finally, utterly. It would be nice to believe that Jeremy did keep his promise. He told her she'd be happy where she was going, wherever that may be. Have you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant step. We're about to go beyond the gay, grinning face of the circus into the very private world of the flying patruzzios past. One night, about 5 years ago, on the high trapeze, something happened. It was a performance for which no tickets were ever sold. But one man saw it.
All right. That's okay. Now, let me see your wrists, Mario.
I can do it myself. You let her see them. Why don't you stop treating me like I was 6 years old? Please, stop worrying.
Hey, it's Papa I worry about, you know? Those wrists, they gotta catch him. Oh.
His wrists are okay. The rest of him, not so okay. Lay off.
Oh, come on. You two fighting again? It's finitela.
If Papa would just mind his own business. I give him a father's advice. He doesn't listen. That's his funeral. Carlotta. That fancy wife of his.
I'm happy you didn't forget we got a show to do today.
Paul, you see Carlotta anywhere?
Yeah, right outside. She's yakking with that red-headed fellow. You know, the guy who takes care of you.
Hey, Carlotta! Come, we've got to get ready.
So, I'm ready.
In old country, women don't talk to every bum that passes in town. Old country, old country, old country. Take a look at the map. This is the USA. So, in the USA, they got no regard for honor, eh? No respect for family name. Family name. Oh, that don't mean nothing, eh? Please, eat your chocolates.
The amazing Petruccios are at it again.
are you doing out there?
Check with the FBI.
Carlotta.
How many times do I have to tell you I don't hand out timetables?
Non scherzare.
Could be I married the wrong Petruccio.
Sì, guarda che ti lascio cadere, eh?
Svergognata! Svergognata!
She doesn't mean anything. She just got a crazy sense of humor. You know?
Nice crowd out front. No one sitting on their hands.
I'm not gonna stand for this no more.
No more making eyes to every man that passes. No more telling of your own brother.
Papa, she was
A
kidding.
peace! Everybody's laughing behind our backs. Everybody's saying, poor Mario. She's gonna be a good wife, or out she goes.
Don't tell me out she goes. She's my wife.
You do like I tell you.
And don't count on it.
I hope the blood is dry by the time I have to catch you.
Mario! Brutto villano, vergognati!
Papa, he doesn't mean that.
No, he doesn't mean it. He lost his temper, that's all. Like you, Gino. Come on, vieni, preparati. Come on, don't think about it. Come on.
I must ask for complete silence as the flying Petruccios attempt their death-defying feat, which has made them the toast of 7 continents. You will notice they are removing the safety net from the center ring. And now may I call your attention to the platform 80 feet above, where Signor Gino Petruccio is about ready for his plunge into space. Across the ring, his son, Mario, will attempt to catch him. Again, I ask for silence. They are about ready, so I must implore every one of you to remain absolutely silent.
Papa, Mario didn't mean that.
Well, he's going to live.
Oh, ti hanno dato in Dio.
Niente, grazie.
Oh, thank you, Dante.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Not yet. Don't thank me yet. He's paralyzed.
Come.
Every nerve, every muscle in his body. He can't talk. He can't turn his head.
Oh. How long he will be like that?
I don't know.
Mad like Pop. Strong like a boy of 20.
He's awake now. You can see him for a few moments.
Oh mio Dio, come faremo? Ma perché questa disgrazia? Oh Vergine Santa, dammi tu una forza. go, eh? We go see Papa. Mario, you are the oldest son. You go in first, eh? Come on.
Mama,
Come on.
Mama, he thinks I dropped him.
Papa don't think nothing. You go in first. Avanti.
But, Mama...
Go in.
Been?
Walking.
That was sure a dumb thing to do, running off like that.
I couldn't help it. How does he look?
Well, if you asked me, it would have been better if he'd have died.
Don't talk like that.
I saw him. You didn't. He's like a mummy or something.
Shut up.
I tell you, it gives you the creeps just looking at him.
I said shut up.
Look, Buster, it's been a pretty tough night for all of us. But just don't get smart with me because I won't put up with it. You're not that big a bargain. Remember that.
Carlotta, I'm sorry. I couldn't go in to look at him. I knew what I would see in his eyes. Carlotta, I didn't drop him.
Well, who said you did?
His eyes would say I did. Pop. Pop.
I heard you were here, Mario. Welcome home.
I was just picking up a few things. I asked Carlotta, but she was busy.
I went to visit your dad the other day. Did your ma tell you? You know, no one ever accused C.C. Higgins of being a betting man. But I've got a $20 bill that says Signor Gino Petruzio is going to be back up on that trapeze within a year.
Every time I call the hospital, it's always no change.
Oh, don't give me that no change. I saw that old Latin sparkle in his eyes. What's the hurry?
Got lots of things to take care of.
Oh, come on, Mario. Give me a break. I'm not trying to push you, but when are you coming back to work?
Sorry, Mr. Higgins. No more of that for me.
It's been 3 weeks. Every Thursday there's been a paycheck. Just like you were still bringing in the Paul and Carlotta to be with us.
I wouldn't go back on the trapeze if you gave me the whole circus and let me wear a parachute.
Do you know what those doctor's bills are going to be like?
Don't worry. They'll be paid.
Walk out on me and I won't pay them.
Mr. Petruzio? Sit down, sit down. You didn't answer half the questions, Mr. Petruzio.
They're stupid questions. They made me nervous.
These job classification tests are very important. They're an attempt to approach employment on a scientific basis.
Scientific? A sees an airplane flying overhead in a northerly direction. What are you going to get me here? A job watching airplanes?
The idea is to measure intelligence.
You advertise, you get people jobs if they pay. Okay, I got money to pay. I don't want a bunch of stupid tests. I want a job.
Have you done any other kind of work? I mean, besides the circus?
I told you, I've been working on a trapeze since I was 11 years old.
You haven't even answered the questions about education.
Once my mama, she paid a bookkeeper with the circus to teach my brother and me how to read and write.
Frankly, I don't know what to suggest. I mean, it's almost impossible without previous experience of some sort. There might be work as a laborer.
Laborer?
The pay is very good, sometimes as high as $3 an hour.
Hey, mister, I made $400 a week last year. I gotta pay you to get me a job for $3 an hour?
Perhaps you should go back.
Hey, I didn't come here for no tests. And I don't come here for no advice.
Carlotta?
Carlotta! I thought maybe you... I don't know what I thought. I just feel rot.
Would you send up a bellboy, please?
I almost visited Papa today. He sure came close. Look what I bought him. Italian cigars. Boy, they're like sticks of dynamite. Does he love them?
And how's he supposed to smoke them?
It's just the idea of the thing. Like a peace offering. Like I was thinking about him.
Sit me up.
I bought the cigars. And I went down to 6th Street to catch the bus that goes to the hospital. And I would tell the nurse who I was. I'm Mario Petruccio, the oldest son. And I'd come to spend an hour with my father. And I would walk right down the hall, no thinking about anything. Right into room 612, and I would pull up a chair. And I'd say, hey, Papa. Papa, I bought you some of these lousy cigars so you can stick up the whole place. That's not what I would say. I would drop to my knees and I would say, Papa. Say you know I didn't let you fall. Say you know so I can live. I couldn't face it.
Come on in. Right there.
Where are we going?
I'm going.
But you can't.
Watch me.
You can't.
Listen, Buster. It wasn't exactly a bed of roses, even when you were one of the magnificent Petruccios. Go home to Mama, Mario. She'll make you a thick minestrone soup, and everything will be just fine.
Papa was right about you. Papa said you were no good. He was right. Papa was right. He's no good.
The man at the hotel said you'd probably be here.
Hey, Pete, another.
Mama sent me.
Tell her I'm okay.
She didn't send me to see if you are okay. We need some more money.
Here. Tell her to buy herself 10 pounds fancy chocolates, compliments of her oldest son.
That's all you have?
That's it. That's the whole bankroll.
So what are we supposed to do?
Look, I sent you $100 last week.
That was 2 weeks ago.
What do you want, blood?
I tried to get a job.
Me too, I tried. And the mailman still keeps coming around, still with around-the-clock nurses. You should see the bill we got from the specialist who flew out here last month.
Done him a lot of good, huh?
He's alive.
Hey, Paul. What do you want me to do?
Ask me something hard. Call Mr. Rigg in Chicago and tell him we are coming back.
No.
All right. You tell me how we get the money.
I get a pain in my stomach just thinking about the trapeze. Besides, what are you talking about? Look at me. I'm out of condition. I'm stale.
The exercise trapeze is still on a practice shed.
It would take me months to get back time.
Mr. Higgins said we can use it any time we want it.
I can't do it.
You own it to Pa.
I went to Pa. I owe Papa one thing. I only owe Papa one thing.
Okay, Papa. Now it's your turn to drop me. Papa! He caught me. Papa, he caught me.
What are you talking about? Come on down. You're drunk.
I tell you, he caught me. Look. Look at this, the catch bar.
For the love of God. He's dead. Isn't he?
Mr. Petruccio? He's certainly not dead. They'll have him down from the examining room any minute now.
Thank God.
You know, it was the strangest thing. I couldn't believe my eyes. He was sound asleep, and then he sort of mumbled something, and then he reached out his arms like that.
Oh, but how could that be? His arms are paralyzed. Well, I called the doctors right away, and they took him right up to the neurosurgical room. Excuse me.
Must have been your imagination. He can't even move his little finger.
Per amor de Dio. Papa.
Papa.
Explain it? What we can explain is like a grain of sand in the Sahara of the unexplainable. But we do have a talent for fastening labels onto everything we don't understand. But does that lull us into thinking that by giving something a name, we rob it of its mystery? All right. The word to describe what happened to Gino Petruccio is bilocation. The definition? Allowing the body image to show itself and even act at great spatial distances. Now, does that make everything crystal clear? I thought not. But then, wouldn't it be terrifying if everything was known? If there was nothing left for man to discover about his universe or himself. Have you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. New England, a favorite American vacation land, specializing in codfish, and the legends of witches and their broomsticks, fresh lobster, and haunted houses. Haunted houses? Well, there are many sane and sensible people hereabouts who will swear to you that this house still shelters the unquiet and restless dead. At any rate, if any ghostly inhabitants do dwell within these walls, they've certainly had the place to themselves for a very long time. We are told that we're more likely to find evidences of ghostly inhabitants in the upper regions. Well, all old houses creak and groan, aren't they? Now, look at this. This is perfectly solid wood and plaster. If there's anything more to it than this, we'll have to look further. The attic is a likely place to begin. No inanimate object can have a personality, we are told. But we forget. For example, we look at a house, we say that it's cheerful, melancholy, gloomy. Now, what we're doing, of course, is simply describing our own reactions. There are some cases, however, which seem to defy this handy explanation. On the New England coast, even today, there are certain houses which can be classified only as unfriendly.
Now, that's more like it. That's what I've been talking about.
Well, how do you know it's for rent?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Come on. You come on. That's locked.
Well, of course it's locked.
Oh, isn't that marvelous, huh? I bet that's almost 200 years old.
Now, let's look someplace else.
Someplace else, honey. This is it. This is what we've been dreaming about. Yeah, I can't see a thing.
Honey, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go in.
Eddie, you'll get us arrested.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Eddie, we really shouldn't be doing
Will
this.
you stop? Boy, this place really looks lived in, doesn't it? Now, what is that?
Andy, let's go.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Will you look at those columns?
Andy, look at this. Captain Michael Clausen, 1860 to 1902. Hey, wake up.
Oh, this is really something, isn't it?
You like it very much, don't you?
Like it? I love it. Don't you?
Well, of course.
All right, then let's take it, huh? Hope we're not disturbing your game.
There you are.
Look, we're interested in renting a house. Do you handle that sort of thing?
Do and I don't.
What's that supposed to mean?
I do when there's houses to rent and don't when they ain't. Right now, they ain't.
What about that two-story job on Cape Ann Road?
You mean the Clausen house?
You know it?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, the place is empty. We thought it might be for rent.
I wouldn't fool with it.
Why not?
It's an unfriendly house, ma'am. It don't like people.
But it is for rent.
Yeah.
How much?
$500 a month.
$500? Listen, I happen to be an architect. Now, I know a little bit about houses. That's a good house, but don't you think that's a little steep?
Take it or leave it.
Well, you must do a land office business, Mr. Leach.
What if we decide to take it?
Your concern, not mine.
Well, let's talk business then.
You don't go to house.
What?
Don't go to house. Bad. Not a happy place.
Yeah, well, we'll make it a happy place. Oh. Just hold it a minute, will you?
Oh, don't be silly, Andy. We've been married 6 years.
Yeah, never really been alone yet. Now, isn't that why we came here? Hmm? Come on. Well, it's ours. Boy, I'll get more work done here than I ever did in New York. Hold it. Wait a minute. Don't ruin it. Let's do it right. Top to bottom. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, if you want to back out, you can. I haven't signed the lease yet.
Oh, don't be silly. It'll be fun cleaning all this up. Give me something to do while you're working on your plans. It's a challenge, all right. And I accept. Hey, I wonder what's in here.
Get away.
What?
Get away from there.
Andy,
You have no right to look.
Andy, what's wrong? Don't you feel well?
What? I don't know. I feel kind of strange, maybe.
Maybe it's the sea air.
Why'd you get so upset about the trunk? I was just going to look inside.
You know what?
Honey, maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't rent this place after all.
Don't be silly. You're not gonna let the place scare you because it's a little dark and spooky, are you? Hmm? There, that's better. I'll go downstairs, see if I can find a lamp.
The Diary of Elsbeth Clausen, 1899. March 5, 1899. Michael went hunting again today. August 1st, 1899. Michael spends most of his time these days in the fields, hunting. He shouldn't. It only makes his leg that much worse. And when he returned, he was limping badly. Also, there was blood on his hands. I did not like the way he looked at me. His face was flushed and his eyes burned. He is jealous of Gideon, so many years his friend.
What you got?
Nothing, just an old book.
Forget it. Come on. Let's take a look at the rest of the place. You see so many rooms in your life? What am I going to do with all this bed?
What's the matter?
It was like somebody shoved a knife right in my leg. Oh, I never felt anything like that in my life. Phew. Like it took my breath away.
Brought you some lunch. You haven't eaten a thing all day. Please try.
You're being very solicitous.
I'm worried about you.
I'm sure you are. Wait a minute. What is this?
Chicken soup.
Looks thick, looks rich. Come here. Come here. Isn't it strange that a man can thrive for years on rum and biscuits and then grow weak and sickly on his wife's cooking? Isn't that strange?
Everything you say is strange. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not.
Aren't you going to eat?
It's a different food I need.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Take it away. I'm not hungry.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
Do what?
Drink the way you've been doing lately. Andy, listen to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's my fault, but something's terribly wrong with us. We came here to be together, and we've never been so far apart. Never.
You'd like to leave here, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Why?
Because we're not happy here.
You're not. That's quite understandable. You miss New York, don't you?
That isn't it.
No, not exactly. You miss something, someone.
Andy, I don't follow.
Bill, my esteemed partner.
What?
He kept you from being lonely in New York, didn't he? Why don't you stop pretending? Do you imagine for one moment I didn't know what was going on from the beginning?
It's a dreadful thing to say.
Hasn't been pleasant for you, has it, being locked up here with me, away from him?
I don't know what you mean.
You know exactly what I mean, Elspeth.
Elspeth? You called me Elspeth.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Andy, I'm so frightened. I'm so frightened. Let's pack up and get out of here right now.
No, we'll stay.
Mr. Leach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ellen Courtney. We rented a house from you several months ago.
Yes, ma'am. I remember. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm not sure. May I sit down, please?
Well, of course, right here. Now.
I thought perhaps you might tell me something.
Like what?
About the house.
Yes, ma'am. I know what you mean. I expected you a long time before this. It was built in 1801 by a man by the name of Silas Clausen. He left it to his son, Michael. Michael was a sea captain, and a good one, so they say. But he was mean. Mean. Killed a lot of his men. Finally, a crew mutinied, and they keel-hauled him.
What does that mean?
Drug him back and forth across the bottom of his boat. Barnacles chewed him up pretty bad, I guess. Near tore off his right leg. After that, he was different. When the mutineers was all hung, he retired from the sea.
Was he married?
He was.
What was her name?
Elspeth.
And what happened to her?
Don't you know, Mrs. Courtney?
Where's the master?
He's out hunting.
Andy? Well, you're kidding. He's never hunted in his life.
Never before now.
That was a pretty mysterious telegram, Ellen. Why didn't you call me up?
Andy had the phone taken out.
Why?
Ever since we moved into this house, Andy's been different.
How?
He's changed into another person, a person I've never seen before. And neither of you. Bill, you wouldn't recognize him. He gets into moods. He hardly even talks to me, and when he does, I don't know who he is.
Well, he's never had any time to himself before. This is a pretty tough adjustment to make, Ellen.
Look. He sits at this board all day long and draws things.
It looks like part of an old sailing vessel.
There's something else I'd like you to see.
Andy. How are you? Ellen told me you were out slaughtering the local wildlife. I couldn't believe it. Well, there are no letters. I tried to call you. I had a feeling you were trying to keep something from me.
You don't like me to keep things from you, do you?
Well, it all depends.
You came here for a reason. Get to the point.
All right. I'm kind of swamped at the office, and I thought maybe you might want to help.
Help yourself, Gideon. You always have.
Gideon? Andy, I came here because Ellen wired me. She was worried about you.
Why don't you say what you mean, Gideon?
Why do you keep calling me that?
Why don't you drop this pose? Admit you came here for Elsbeth.
I'm afraid you're going to have to make yourself clear.
Gladly. I accuse you of consorting with Elsbeth, my wife.
Consorting?
You have betrayed me and lied to me enough. Now get out of here.
Andy!
Get out. Go on, get out. Get out.
Oh, Bill.
I should have killed you both.
Andy, you're sick.
Yes, I'm sick of your deceits and your lies. Sick of them all, Elsbeth.
I'm not Elsbeth. I'm not Elsbeth. Don't turn him over. Don't look at his face.
Oh, my God.
What's wrong?
Old Mr. Leach, the real estate agent, would tell you that Andrew Courtney was possessed or taken over by the dead sea captain, whose tormented presence, or ghost, lived on in the ancient house. Once the house was destroyed, the captain was destroyed, and Andrew was restored to himself. It's not an entirely satisfactory explanation, is it? But it's the best we can do right now. In a moment, a word about next week. Next week, and every week, we'll be bringing you the personal records of the rarest kind of human experience. Man's adventure in the world of the unknown. That mysterious psychic world beyond our five senses. This is your invitation to take with us that astonishing one step beyond. I hardly know what to tell you about the next half hour, except that it has been reported as true by those to whom it happened. It has been investigated, and no one, as yet, has been able to explain it or disprove it. Only a very few moments ago, this was the scene of a tense human drama, played for very high stakes indeed. A man's life. A jury has just determined that Paul Marlin did not murder his wife. Thus, a sensational murder trial comes to an end. But sometimes, the end is also the beginning. Perhaps if Paul Marlin could have known what lay ahead, he would have preferred being found guilty.
Well, you just going to sit there all day?
What?
Hasn't it gotten through to you yet? It's all over, Paul. You're a free man.
Yes, I know.
Such enthusiasm. It's not that I expect thanks, Paul. Nobody who charges the kind of fees I do should expect gratitude, too. But I had an idea that you might at least feel relieved.
Dan, I'm sorry. I'm just so bone-tired I can hardly feel anything. I didn't even remember to thank you. No, I am relieved, and I'm very grateful, too. You were just wonderful. I'm lucky I had you for my attorney.
It's easy to be marvelous when your client is innocent. You're still thinking about Julie, huh?
I am. I don't know if I'll ever really stop. If I only knew who did it or why.
What are you going to do with yourself, Paul?
Oh, I don't know. Start trying to pick up the pieces, I guess.
You could do with a change of scene.
Yes, I suppose so.
And a rest. You need a rest, Paul.
I'll think about it.
Never mind thinking about it. You're going to do something about it. Come on.
Hey, Marlin. My paper'd like to know how you feel about being let off.
Being let off?
Okay. Being found not guilty.
Pretty silly question, isn't it? How do you think he feels?
Why don't you let your client answer, Counselor?
Well, you've gone so far out of your way to twist and distort everything I've said since my wife's death, I see no point in even trying.
How about you, Counselor? Do you want me to print no comment also? Or do you have anything to say about the very peculiar shortage of prosecution evidence and witnesses.
Not even the district attorney can produce what doesn't exist, Ferris.
Is that why the murdered woman's family wasn't even called to testify? Or did you and the DA decide they didn't belong at your private little trial?
Now look, Ferris. You know perfectly well I tried to reach a brother in New Zealand.
Sure you did. Tried real hard.
Yes, we did, but communications to the backcountry of New Zealand are practically non-existent.
Uh-huh.
Besides, it wouldn't have possibly contributed anything relevant.
And you know that, of course, without even asking him.
Look, Ferris, what are you trying to build? The trial's over. Your paper got a lot of circulation out of it. Now, why don't you find someone else to pick on?
It's just that I believe, along with a lot of people in this town, that Marlin killed his wife in cold blood.
Now, wait a minute,
For
Ferris.
money.
I'm getting sick and tired
And it goes
of
for
this.
me to see him walking away scot-free.
Now, look!
Thanks. I've got my headline.
Paul, come on. I want to talk to you.
I walked right into his trap.
You know your nerves are on edge. All you needed was a push.
Look, Dan.
No,
Now,
I
wait a
want...
minute, please. There's something I want to ask you. Now, the things he said about the trial, about the way it was handled.
No.
Now, you didn't...
Paul, it's just as I told you. The DA's office jumped before they had anything much to go on. By the time they realized they had no real evidence against you, what with the papers beating the drums, getting people worked up, they were publicly committed. They had to go through the motions.
All right, then why Ferris's personal vendetta with me? Now, he can't possibly believe that I killed Julie, can he?
Oh, I doubt if he even cares, one way or the other. But he will go on needling you as long as it means good copy. And so will the rest of the press.
Which is just what you want me to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
That's why all this talk about going away?
Yes. You know, what Ferris said about some people in this town is true. People react emotionally, Paul. They react to cliches. Now, Julie was a lot older than you. You know that. She had a lot of money. And, well, people see too many plots in the movies. You know, they're affected by it. Now, it'd be wise to give the town a chance to cool off. Yourself, you need a rest. And you can get a new perspective on things, come back with a fresh outlook.
Is that my lawyer's advice?
No. It's your friend's advice, Paul.
Okay, Dan. All right. I'll go away for a while. I just hate the idea of looking as though I were running away. Mrs. Wyckoff?
Yes.
Hello. I'm Paul Marlin.
I recognize you, Mr. Martin. The hotel phoned. All I have left is a third-floor rear.
I'm sure that'll be quite fine, thank you.
Well, it'll have to be. This is our season.
Yes, so I understand.
I'm sure you'll be quite comfortable.
Guess I'm lucky to get anything at all. It's right on the button.
How long do you expect to stay, Mr. Marlin?
Oh, I really had no plans. Would it matter to you?
Not a bit. Well?
Oh, yes, this will be fine. Thank you very much.
That'll be $6 a night.
Oh.
When you leave, I'll have the trunks moved tomorrow.
Oh, they're no trouble.
Help you?
Bourbon.
Any particular?
No, anything.
Water or soda? Another, please, a double.
A little water in it this time, please. Bartender, tell me something. What do you think? What's your name?
Joe.
Tell me something. What do you think of people who see things that aren't there and hear things?
They've had too much to drink.
No, I mean, before they had too much. Before they've had even one drop.
Too much imagination, I guess.
That's it. Too much imagination. Too much imagination is a dangerous thing, you know? Like the man said. Now, that's a good mirror. That is a mirror that I approve of. Friendly, you know? You look at it, looks back at you. No tricks, just what's there. You know, Joe, I've got a mirror in my room. Very tricky mirror. Everything, the whole place is tricky. You can't trust it. I mean, sounds and things that aren't even there. The clock striking the wrong time. Dogs howling like they're supposed to do when somebody dies. Thunder, wind, and lightning after. And you know there was no thunder or lightning tonight. Man came in with a German Luger pistol, and he shot me.
Sure.
And I didn't even know him. I never saw him before in my life. And I was wide awake. I mean, it's not like a dream. I was wide awake. That's some imagination, huh? It's like I'm an inventor. I invented a person. I mean, this man he wasn't made up of all faces I'd known before, like in a dream. He was someone real. Tall, about my height.
May I have some change, please? Scotch and water, please. No ice.
What's this supposed to be?
Pardon?
1 pound, Commonwealth of New Zealand.
I'm sorry. I've only been in the country a few hours. It takes a while to remember about the currency. I beg your pardon, but...
When is the next bus out of here? Where? Anywhere. Well, there's one at 2:05 to San Francisco. Or San Francisco.
4:50. Put your luggage on the ramp. The driver will pick it up when he gets here.
Huh?
Your luggage. Put it on the ramp.
Oh, no, I don't have any luggage, thanks.
Paul?
What do you want?
I'm Roger Wiley. Roger Wiley, you are Paul Marlin, aren't you? What is it? Why'd you keep running? I told you I'm Roger Wiley, Julie's brother. Aren't you well? Shall I call a doctor? Well, the landlady said it'd be all right if I left my bags here while I went looking for you. I explained who I was.
How did you find me?
Your solicitor told me where you'd gone. I only landed in San Francisco this afternoon.
Oh. Why did you come here?
Julie's estate, for one thing. Then there's the matter of... The gun bother you? I always carry it with me. It's a good thing to have along when you're out on the range for weeks at a time. Are you sure that you're all right?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine, really. Sorry, it's just nerves, that's all.
Julie's death. That terrible trial.
I'm sure the last month has been very unpleasant for you. It'd probably give anyone the shakes.
It'll be all right in the morning. Why don't we meet then? Over breakfast, maybe. We can have a talk, huh?
That's a good idea. But with the hotel full up, I hardly know where to look for a room at this hour. What I mean is... Well, I thought perhaps I could flop in that chair for tonight.
Oh. Yes, of course. Why not?
Thanks.
You were saying there was another reason why you came?
Oh, yes. I'd been out on the range rounding up some beef for shipment. When I got back, I found this letter from Julia waiting for me, along with a notification from the court about the trial and all. Julia wrote this the day before she was killed.
Stay away from me. I know why you came. I had a warning.
You had what?
I know why you're here, and I know why this gun, too. I saw it all happen.
Paul, I don't know what you're babbling about.
You're here to kill me. You read the newspapers, didn't you? You believe what they said, that I killed her, don't you? That I planned the whole thing to make it look like somebody had broken in just to cover up.
Paul, listen to me. I don't believe anything of the sort. Why should I?
Why are you here? She told you everything in that letter.
Paul.
She knew everything right from the start, didn't she? I never fooled her, not for 1 minute, I'll bet.
Paul, give me the gun.
No.
You don't realize what you're doing.
No, I tell you! I waited too long. I've planned all this too carefully to have it all blow up my face now. I am her heir! I am her sole heir!
You killed her.
Yes! You're not gonna take it away from me. Nobody's gonna cheat me of it now.
Dearest Roger, I only hope and pray you will believe that the last 6 months have been the happiest of my life. I know how foolish you thought I was to marry a man so much younger. I must confess I had my moments of doubt, too. But Paul loves me, really loves me, Roger. He proves it in 100 ways every day. I've never felt so alive, so wanted. Enough of this, dear brother. I want very much to give Paul something in return for all he's given me. I've decided to immediately transfer all my holdings, real estate, stocks, everything, to his name. And I want it to be a surprise. Naturally, there'll be some complications with those things you and I own together. And as it has been so long since we've seen each other, couldn't you find the time to come to San Francisco? It would be wonderful if you could. Besides, it's high time the two men in my life met and became friends. Julie. Paul Marlin went to the gas chamber insisting that he was the victim of an hallucination that drove him to murder. The only witness he had to support his plea was the bartender. But then bartenders hear so many strange things, don't they? Probably it was Paul's guilty conscience that somehow created the sights and sounds of his own destruction. His conscience was his executioner. In a moment, a program word about next week. If ever there was a place where the ability to see into the future would come in handy, that place would be a racetrack. But ace jockey Ronnie Watson's brush with the supernatural has become one of the great legends of American racing. See for yourself next week. The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. It can, of course, happen anywhere. That brief encounter with something never to be entirely explained. It's happening now, here in Memorial Hospital. It's very late, and most of the patients are asleep. Most of the staff is off duty, and most of the lights are out. But the lights never go out here on the 5th floor. For here, 24 hours a day, life begins. And ends.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave now, Mr. Berryman.
I thought we didn't have regular visiting hours on this floor.
Well, we don't, but your doctor feels that it's
Anyway. Mr. Berryman is from the press. It's a long time since I've talked to a gentleman of the press.
Mr. Watson, we don't want you to talk and thrash around and get exhausted.
All right. Now sit down.
Maybe I should go.
Nonsense. I'm a dying man. That gives me some rights around here. Now sit down.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Berryman.
Is she gone?
Yeah.
Good. I wasn't kidding, you know. I'm down pretty close to the end of the string.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I do. Well, what paper did you say you were from?
Chronicle. I do feature stuff.
And when they told you Ronnie Watson was about to pop off at Memorial and wanted to drop by and do a piece on him, what did you say? Now, I want the truth.
Well,
You tell me the truth.
I said, who the blazes is Ronnie Watson?
Thank you. I knew that. You don't look like a horse player. Did they tell you about me, I mean? All of it? Did they tell you 1 year I wrote 345 winners? And that time I made $400,000 in stakes in 3 weeks? And the time I made $1 million in 3 months?
They told me.
Did they tell you about that time in California?
Look, Mr. Watson, I think you better take it easy.
No. I'm all right. I'm gonna have a long rest in just a little while. And before that, I gotta find someone who'll believe me.
Believe you? About what?
Nobody ever has. Sam said no one ever would. But somebody's gotta believe me. Someone's just got to believe me.
Well, I think I better get the nurse.
No. I'll be good. Please sit down. Please. See? Sam Berry was one of the greatest jockeys who ever lived. He was my friend. I was only 20 years old. And I was the scaredest young jockey on that Ohio wheel. Outside of Sam, there was only one person in the whole world I really cared about. It was a girl named Rita. I thought she was quite a girl.
Thought you were my girl.
I can see you better from here. Barry rides Flyboy and Cap. My, what a famous man. And all the headlines.
Sure, the racing form. 2 old fashions and a ginger ale.
One of these days.
I know, one of these days.
You really gonna win on Flyboy tomorrow, huh?
It's a cinch. Unless you get too cute with that daddy's choice.
Are you kidding? The way she quits in the stretch. If I can save second money, that trainer will be the happiest man alive.
Well, Flyboy's got to win. For a lot of reasons.
Sam, you said afterwards.
So it changed my mind. He's got a right to know.
Well, maybe, but...
A right to know what? What is this?
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy, I'll tell you. Tomorrow's my last race. As of tomorrow night, I'm ex-jockey Sam Barry.
What? You must be kidding. You can't quit now, not when you're right on top.
I'm not on top. I'm just a little over the hill. I'm in the bushes because I just couldn't get mounts in the big time.
Well, that's no reason to quit.
It's just too tough, that's all. Too tough making weight. Too tough getting out of the sack before daylight. Too tough coming out of the gate. And too tough going for that little opening on the rail.
Yeah. Just can't believe it. It's not going to be the same without you.
Well, I'll come around to see you every once in a while, see how you ride, see that you do everything I taught you and do it right. Or else I'll call you dirty names like the rest of them.
Well, you taught me a lot, Sam. And I'll remember it.
Well, just wanted to be sure that there'd be a boy who still knew his way around the track after I quit.
Well, what are you going to do?
There's a little place in Jersey. Bar and grill joint, a restaurant. Real nice. Figure with my name on the door to draw.
Sounds like you need a lot of money.
20,000. Well, I got 10 saved up. I figure Flyboy will be about 2 to 1. 2s for my 10 will get me 30. That's enough to buy the joint and live on while the place gets started.
Yeah, if you bet at all.
I already did. That nag of yours is the only one who could give me any trouble, but, like you said, she'll quit in the stretch.
So that's the big secret, huh? How come you knew first?
Well, there's one other thing, one other reason, really, why I'm quitting. I'm, getting married.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I think that's great. No, really great. I was worried about you being lonely away from the track. But with two of you... Well, who's the girl? Do I know her?
Yeah, you know her.
Well, what's the matter? Come on, who is she?
Me.
Sorry, kid, really sorry. We didn't mean for it to happen. Look, I've gone over this thing in my mind a dozen times, how to tell you.
It just wouldn't have worked, Ronnie. Honestly, it wouldn't have.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Well, you don't have to get so upset.
I'm not upset. These things happen all the time. A guy's got a girl, and a guy's got a friend.
I am your friend, Ronnie, believe me.
Sure you are. Only you're my rich, successful friend, who won't have to ride horses for a living anymore because you're going to own a nice, big saloon. And that'll suit you just fine, won't it?
Ronnie.
Lying awake all night hadn't cooled me off one bit. I kept hearing Rita saying it wouldn't work with us. It would have worked fine if I'd had some of Sam's money. Sam Barry, favored to win on Flyboy. Sam, my friend. My good friend. At the start, I got the jump on the rest of the field and began to take a good lead after the first quarter. I was out there winging, but we had a long way to go. It was a dry, dusty day. Behind me, there was a cloud of dust. I knew that somewhere in it was Sam Barry waiting to make his move.
could feel the horse starting to shorten stride. I went to the whip at the top of the stretch, but he bore out. I could hear something coming on the inside. I didn't have to look to know it was Sam Barry on Flyboy. And then I saw him begin to make his move on the inside. I still had a strong lead, but Sam on Flyboy was coming at me fast. 100 yards out, and I knew he had me. He yelled something at me. I didn't hear what he yelled. All I heard was him telling me how Rita and he hadn't meant to fall in love. What I did was wrong, I know it. But it was dusty, and they didn't take movies of races in those days, and seeing him going by me, I just had to do it somehow. I never even thought of doing it. I just did it. Grabbed his saddle cloth, threw his horse off stride. It worked perfectly, and Sam ate my dust as we went across the finish line.
Now, come. You must have seen what happened. Everybody else out there did.
Live it out. We've had fouls claimed before. Barry, take off that hat. Barry here says that Watson pulled his saddlecloth in the stretch run.
He was clawing at me all the way.
You just keep quiet, boy. Watson said he did no such thing. Now, from the 16th pole on, we couldn't see a thing because of the dust. We really don't know what happened. All we know is that one of these boys isn't being exactly candid with us.
He's a liar, I tell you. He'd like to pull my tack clean off.
Saying don't make it so, Sam. But I see it this way. Both of these boys have got clean records, but Barry's been around a lot longer. I'd be inclined to take his word for it.
Against mine with no proof?
This isn't exactly a court of law, boy. And something did cause that horse to break stride. I'd vote to take the winner down and put Flyboy first. After all, what reason would Barry have to lie to us?
You ask him how much money he's got bet on the race. He's got plenty of reasons. He's got $10,000 worth of reasons.
How about that, Barry?
Well, that's my business.
That's right. You don't have to tell us. We don't have to change those numbers around either.
All right. I made a bet, a big one. I made the mistake of telling this louse about it, and he figured that gave him the right to foul me. Because nobody would believe me. You're not going to let him get away with it.
Objection is not allowed. Winner stands as is.
No! No, no! You dirty double-crosser. You liar scum!
I hope you and Rita have a nice honeymoon, Sam.
You just wait, kid. Just you wait. Someday it'll happen to you. Someday you'll be telling the truth, and they won't believe you. They won't believe you.
I went to the top, all right. After 10 years, I was right up there, including the penthouse.
Thanks, Mr. Watson.
Ronnie, you were great. I tell you, kid, you were absolutely sensational.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You fellas don't mind if I open the windows now, do you? Look, will you be kind of careful when you take the cameras out? You know, this nice furniture here costs a lot of money. Thanks a lot. Walt, do me a favor, will you? If you get a chance, don't get me another one of these things, huh?
What's the matter with you, kid? Are you nuts? You know the kind of people he usually interviews? Movie stars, big shot politicians, scientists. You know what a break this is for a jockey?
Look at my hands, Walt. They weren't this bad the first day I won the Derby.
Well, I must admit, I was a little shaky myself.
Mean what I said about retiring, huh?
Well, you might have told me first before telling 20 million strangers. After all, I am your agent.
Well, I talked to you about it before.
Yeah, but this time you sounded serious.
I am serious.
Yeah, but why, kid? You're at the top of the heap. What, the whole thing is just, well, it's simply crazy.
Walt, you remember a fella named Sam Barry?
Sam Barry, sure. He was a pretty good boy.
He was the best. You want a blast?
Yeah, I'll have a blast. Make it bourbon. And you stick with the ginger ale.
I know. Anyway, Sam talked to me once about getting out in time.
Yeah? Well, he should have taken his own advice. I just read somewhere a short time ago he was riding jumpers down at some crummy track in South America. Imagine an old man like that, probably working for $10 a race and a place to sleep.
Well, something happened to change Sam's plans. Nothing's going to change mine.
Ronnie, would you mind telling me why?
I'm tired. It's that simple. I want to take it easy. I want to sleep late. I'd like to drink what you drink, only I can't do it and make weight.
Okay, kid. Anything you say. I can't make a man keep on riding when he wants to quit. The only thing is, can you afford to quit?
I've just about got it made.
Not on the fees, you haven't.
Well, no, but I've been betting a little bit now and then over the past
Now,
year.
listen, kid, I...
Relax, will you? What are you, my conscience or something? Anyhow, I didn't pull any horses. I just bet on what I thought was surefire winners. Horses I was riding. Ones like Miss Sunshine tomorrow.
Miss Sunshine? Well, that's a little filly out in California I told you about, and you said no.
That's right. And when I did, the odds lengthened out. So today, some clown out in Chicago that makes a house line hung out 4-1. And another clown took the odds. Me.
Suppose they've got another boy signed to ride her.
I checked. They haven't.
Look, Ronnie, it's 11 o'clock now. You mean to say that you're going to be riding tomorrow afternoon in California?
It's only 8 o'clock in California, Walt. Now, there's a sleeper plane out of here in an hour and a half. He can be 5 hours late, and I still make the race. Oh, by the way, what's the name of the fellow I'm riding for?
Bear. Tex Bear. Look, Ronnie, I wish you wouldn't do this, kid. It's just crazy.
Will you wire Tex Bear in care of the stables at Capistrano Park, and you tell him I'm on my way? And, Walt, don't worry about it, will you? Remember, we're living in an age of speed. I was getting ready for the post-parade when I saw Sam. Sam Barry. I couldn't believe it at first. He was too old. But why not? I remembered hearing of jocks in Europe who'd ridden in their 60s and won. It was Sam, all right. Sitting straight up in the saddle the way he always did in the post-parade. Sam Barry, riding a little black horse with 4 white feet. I wanted to talk to him, but I figured time enough after the race. Then the race was on, and there wasn't time to think of anything else. It went just the way the trainer and I planned. I kept my horse in contention. Along the backstretch, the front runner started coming back to me. I had plenty of force under me as we turned for home. I knew I was going to win it. One horse came up fast. Somehow it didn't come as a surprise that it was the one with the white feet. Sam Barry's horse. Then it happened. He drifted out. I had to pull him up. By the time I got him back to running, it was too late. I finished 4th, 5th maybe. I don't remember. I told them what had happened. They just looked at me. When I finished...
I know why he cut me off, but that's not the important thing. I had to pull up or we would have been killed.
Gentlemen, please. Watson, I want to make sure we all understand each other. In the stretch, a dark horse with white feet drifted out. And when you tried to go inside, his jockey turned the horse in front of you, causing you to pull up.
I know it cost me the race, but I had to. We both would have been killed.
Yes, I think you've made that point clear. Just the stretch run, Charlie. This is the race you just rode, Watson. You see yourself there on Miss Sunshine taking the lead at the top of the stretch. There wasn't any other horse in front of you.
Something's wrong.
Now there, see? You drift out a little.
I had to. There must be some mistake.
That's enough. All right, Watson, let's stop kidding ourselves. We've all had our little joke. There wasn't any horse with 4 white feet in this race. You pulled that horse up for some reason of your own.
No, I had to, don't you see? Sam did it. He must have done it. It's funny, he said no one would believe me.
Sam?
The other jockey was Sam Barry.
Sam Barry? Have you lost your mind?
I'd know him, wouldn't I? He used to be my best friend.
Watson, what's the matter with you? There was an item about him in today's form. He came a long way to cut you off in today's race.
What do you mean?
Sam Barry was killed in a steeplechase in Uruguay yesterday on a horse called Patas Blancas. White feet.
No. No. No!
You'll have to go now, Mr. Berryman.
No one has ever believed me. Now, I gotta know. Do you? Do you?
I believe you.
Ronnie Watson is dying. Tomorrow, chemists and laboratory technicians will explore the physical reasons for his death. They will answer many things, but by no means all. For who in all the world could possibly explain vengeance that reaches beyond the grave? In a moment, a word about next week. Next week, we will visit India, still remote, mystical, mysterious, even in the Jet Age. We will watch a young American couple as they are swept along in a drama that could only happen in India, where the soul is considered infinite. I hardly know what to tell you about the next half hour, except that it has been reported as true by those to whom it happened. It has been investigated, and no one, as yet, has been able to explain it or disprove it. Stern, Harold. Age 53. Died April 14th. No known next of kin. Who could explain the inexplicable events in the life of Harold Stern? Certainly what happened to him and to those involved with him has never happened before. And certainly will never happen again. gentlemen, once again we repeat the special bulletin regarding Harold Stern. It is very urgent that Stern, whose last known address was 127 West 16th Place, repeat 127 West 16th Place, be located at once. Anyone knowing his present whereabouts is asked to immediately contact...
What a merry chase you led us.
I beg your pardon?
We've been tearing the city down looking for you, Mr. Stern.
Afraid you made a mistake. My name is Jordan. Frank Jordan. That's the name in the mailbox.
No mistake, Mr. Stern. I'm Lieutenant Barry. Dyed your hair, comb it differently, but the description still fits. Why did you do that, Mr. Stern?
I tell you, you made a mistake. I don't understand this.
I don't understand you. I think you were public enemy number one.
I'm telling you, you've made a mistake.
All right, now cut it out, will you? Give me the lab. We traced you through some tax accounts you used to work for. Manager said you had pledged him to secrecy. But in a case like this, this Lieutenant Barry, we finally located Harold Stern. Yeah, we'll have him over at the hospital in 15 minutes.
You will not.
Get your coat, Mr. Stern. Pretty chilly outside.
You can't tell me what to do. You can't treat me as if I was a criminal or something. Get out of my house.
No. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I guess I did barge in on you kind of impolitely, but this girl in the hospital is unconscious. She's liable to die any minute unless she gets a transfusion. You have a pretty rare type of blood, Mr. Stern. The hospital told me you're the only known donor in this whole area.
There has to be others. Instead of wasting your time here with me, why don't you go out and find some other blood donor?
No time.
You're going to have to find somebody else.
Didn't you understand me? The girl is dying.
I'm sorry, but...
She's just a working kid, but if it's money, I guess she can...
Oh, it's not money. I never took money.
Then what is it?
I don't have to explain.
Look, it's nothing to give blood. Thousands of people do it every day without any trouble.
It isn't that.
Then look at this card. Now look at all the dates. In the last 15 years, you must have given blood, 25 times?
31 times.
Well, then you know there's nothing to it.
Is there anything on that card about my giving blood the past 3 years?
That's when you dropped out of sight, isn't it?
I don't want to talk about it.
You changed your name, moved clear across town, warned your friends not to tell anybody?
Now, look, Lieutenant, I've got a lot of tax work to complete tonight. Instead of wasting my time and yours, why don't you go out and find another blood donor?
I see you sign these tax returns with this new name, Frank Jordan. I suppose you've changed it legally.
Yes.
Fine. Got a copy of the court records around? I mean authorizing the change?
No.
Where do you keep them? Bank vaults?
Yes.
Which bank?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I haven't got around to changing it legally.
Well, what do you think of that? Signing a false name to tax returns?
Look, those reports are absolutely accurate. I lean over backwards to have my clients file honest reports. The name's only a technicality.
But the federal boys have some pretty strict rules about that.
You can't believe
Of course, that's their headache. All I've got to worry about is finding Harold Stern and getting him over to General Hospital.
I get it. And if I give you the blood...
It's like you say. If the reports are honest, the name's only a technicality.
No!
What kind of a crumb are you?
I can't do it. I can't go through that again. It would kill me. I just can't do it.
What's the matter with you? What are you talking about?
Don't you think I want to help the girl? Do you think I'm some kind of insensitive monster? Look, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here. I have these clippings. Man slain in robbery. Drowned in pool. Inherits millions in surprise bequest.
It was no surprise to me.
Inherits millions in surprise bequest. Man slain and robbed. What are these?
I gave my blood 5 times that last year. Those clippings related to 3 of them. There were 2 others. One of the 2 just got a divorce a few months ago. The other is doing well, thank God. I knew we would.
What are you talking about?
I don't expect you to believe me.
Believe what?
Something went wrong that year. Whenever I gave my blood, somehow I became involved in their lives. I knew in advance what was going to happen to them.
You mean you knew this poor guy was going to drown in a pool?
Yes.
Yes. Well, not exactly.
Well, did you or didn't you?
Well, I knew something was going to happen to him. When or how or where. No, I didn't know that, but I knew that something terrible. I had a premonition. A voice. I don't care whether you believe me or not.
I don't care about anything but your blood. Now, come on. Get your jacket and let's go.
No, can't you understand? I can't go on living with a thing like this. Knowing in advance something was going to happen to somebody. Oh, well, if it was something good, well, that's fine. But if it isn't and you can't do anything about it, it's a living hell. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Now, there must be some other blood donor with my type. You've got to find him.
Williams, come in here a minute. We're taking Mr. Stern down to headquarters. Booking him on a charge of using a false name on government documents. I'll call the hospital and tell them it's all off. Give me General Hospital.
I'm sorry.
Get in the car. Oh, Mr. Wazinski, I'm Lieutenant Barry.
Yeah, you drove me right over. This the man?
Yes. This is the girl's father.
What kind of a cheap trick is this? So that's the call you made to the hospital to have him here, so I changed my mind? Well, it won't work.
Look, mister, she's just a kid. She's just 19.
I can't help her.
She's all I got in the world. Her ma died when she was a baby.
No!
She's a sweet, good-natured kid. You want money? You tell me how much and I'll go out and get it for you. I don't care what I have to do.
No, it's not the money.
Well, then what is it? Tell me, what is it?
I have my reasons.
Mister, she's dying. You don't want to let her die. She's dying.
I can't.
Make him do it.
I can't make him.
You're just gonna let her die. Murder her!
Stern?
Yes?
Well, I just came by to thank you.
For what?
Nothing. Just my life. I'm the girl who was in the hospital.
Oh. I'm surprised to see you up and about so quickly.
Quickly, almost a month, a whole month in that creek joint.
How'd you find me?
The people in the lab.
Well, they shouldn't have given you my name. There were no thanks necessary.
Oh, modest. That's cute. Well,
At least there's one thing that's rare about me, huh? My blood type.
I am happy to see you up and about, miss.
Lynn. Marta Lynn. Marta without the H. You busy?
No. Won't you come in and have some coffee? I was just having some.
I guess I could use some.
You still weak?
Oh, I'll live.
Is your father taking care of you?
Oh, you got quite a sense of humor.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as my old man found out I was going to live, zoom, off he went somewhere to celebrate. That's the last I saw of him.
He seemed quite devoted to you.
Oh, he's a big fake. Tears flow like wine, then wine flows like tears. He's been celebrating one thing or another since 1940. I mean, like World War II, the flu epidemic, recession. Well, he'll come back crying, but only if he finds out I've been hit by a truck or somebody shot me.
You shouldn't talk that way.
Why not? What's the big tragedy?
Nothing like that's going to happen to you.
Oh? How do you know?
I mean, you shouldn't be morbid.
Morbid.
Who is taking care of you?
Same person who's been looking after me since age 10, me. Hey, you got any sugar?
Oh, sugar.
Oh, do you know anything about the Kitten Club?
Kitten Club?
Yeah, I got an appointment for a job there. It's on this side of town.
No, I don't think I know.
That strip joint over on 7th Street.
Strip? You mean you,
Oh, no. I'm just a camera girl, but thanks for the compliment.
It was nice of you to drop by.
Well, thanks for the blood. I hope it brings me luck.
I hope so, Miss Lynn. I hope so.
You know, you're really very nice. And, it's not Lynn, it's Wazinski, like my old man. And, Martha with an H.
No. No, please, God, no.
Yeah, George, that's right. Yeah, I'll meet you at court 9:30 in the morning. Well, both the men will be there.
Where's the girl?
Sure, just a second, George.
Where's the girl, Lieutenant?
What girl? Well, I don't know. She's still in the hospital, I guess.
No, she's not there. She left a week ago. Where does she live?
George, hold on a second. Look, Mr. Stern, are you all right?
Something's going to happen, Lieutenant.
George, I'll call you back in the morning, yeah.
Lieutenant, that girl's going to die.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
No, I mean violently and soon.
At your little crystal ball?
I tell you, Lieutenant, this is no time.
How's she going to die?
I don't know how.
Mr. Stern, maybe you ought to see a doctor.
Please, where does she live?
I don't know.
Call the hospital.
You call the
I
hospital.
did. They wouldn't tell me.
Mr. Stern, it's late and I'm tired.
Look, Lieutenant, you came to me and made me do something I didn't want to do. You tricked me into it, and now you're involved, too.
All right. You want to play crystal gazer? Fortune teller? Get me General Hospital. Take it easy. Relax.
Sorry, I would like to come busting into a person's house.
That's all right. Just take it easy, lady. Get out of here in a minute.
No answer.
She's in there. She came in a couple of hours ago, and I didn't see her leave.
Well, she's not in there now. Come on, I've wasted enough time.
It's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
She's in there.
Wait! But I smell gas.
Gas?
I know it's gas.
Got your pass key?
Downstairs.
Well, get it.
Go back to bed.
It is gas. I told you something was going to happen. I told you. I told you. I knew it. I knew this would happen.
She's perfectly all right.
Come on, let's get her out of here.
Oh, will you look at that door? The landlady will absolutely kill me. What'd I tell you? She wants to see me first thing in the morning. It's the old heave-ho. You know, I wish you'd do me a favor and stop saving my life.
mustn't talk that way.
Well, why can't you find yourself another hobby? Why don't you take up stamp collecting? You want a cup of coffee?
Don't you think it's too late?
Oh, it's too late for a lot of things. That dumb lieutenant with all his funny questions. It was an accident.
It was. Of course.
Oh, don't say of course like that. If I was going to kill myself, I wouldn't do it with a lot of smelly gas. Besides, I'm always having accidents. A couple of nights ago, I fell asleep with a cigarette in my mouth, burned a hole in the blanket. Oh, wait till Mr. Summers sees that.
You must be more careful.
Why? Couldn't the world struggle along without me? I mean, if it really tried. What made you stop by tonight, anyhow?
Want to see how you were.
No change. Still lousy.
Get that job as a camera girl.
No. Don't you read the papers? Some more of the famous Wazinski luck. That very night, some hold-up guy shot up the place. Now they're closed down for repairs.
We gotta get a job in a place where there's so much danger.
Danger?
You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Look, Mr. Stern, you just gave me some blood. You didn't adopt me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. It's just that I'm not used to having somebody worry about me. It makes me nervous.
I've got an idea.
What?
I'm a tax accountant, you know.
So?
Can you type?
I'm hardly the secretarial type.
Well, really, it doesn't matter very much. I mean, if you can print carefully with pen and ink.
You offering me a job?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I feel a sort of responsibility for you.
Why?
Just do.
You really mean that, don't you?
Yes.
For crying out loud.
Look, it would be easy. You could move into my house, and then we would...
Oh,
no. No, Please don't misunderstand me. You see, it's not a very big house. But there's plenty of room. I could sleep in the attic or even get a room next door. I just thought it would be easier. Will you do it? I'd very much like to help you.
Well, I sure don't have any better offers, and it'd be a pleasure to get out of this dump.
Thank you, Miss Lynn.
Wazinski.
Wazinski.
I thought guys like you went out of style a couple of centuries ago.
Martha, I told you not to go swimming so soon after lunch.
Well, you asked me not to do so many things. I lost track. Besides, I was only kidding. I fooled him, too.
Oh, your friend looked a little upset. I thought I'd make like a hero.
Why should I be upset? Thank you very much, young man.
For what? Big laugh. I swim 10 times better than he does.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
Please don't go in. You might get a cramp. Go under.
This don't do this, don't do that routine is beginning to bug me. Now, will you let go?
Martha, please don't go in.
I'm getting a little bored with being treated like a 6-year-old child, Mr. Stern.
Martha! Martha!
Oh, hi, Grandpa. I forgot my key. You remember old Fearless Fosdick?
Where were you?
We went for a drive. Fearless and me went for a little drive.
You're both drunk.
100% super-duper trooper drunk.
What are you doing driving when you were drunk? Don't you know it's dangerous? You want to end up in a morgue?
Worry, worry, worry. You know, you're like a little old lady sitting in a rocking chair worrying about this and worrying about that.
Get out.
Just a cotton-picking second, Grandpa. I did something wrong. I do more things wrong.
Go to bed!
Wait outside.
Maybe I ought to go.
You better wait outside.
Okay, Gramps.
What's the matter with you? Always going out of your way to put yourself in danger?
What big teeth you have, Grandpa.
Martha, I'm sorry.
Did you believe it? At first I got a bang out of this kindergarten routine.
Martha, if you'd only listened to me, perhaps I could explain what
Oh,
I'm
Mr. Stern.
All right. I'll show you. Martha, I want you to look at these, and then you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Martha, please look at these. I can't let it happen to you. Every one of them. I knew what was going to happen to every one of them, both the good and the bad. Martha, I know what's going to happen to you.
So do I. I'm leaving.
Unless we do something to prevent it, Martha, you're going to die in a terrible way.
Now knock it off, will you?
Believe me, I know.
Martha, are you coming or not?
He's waiting for me.
If you go with this young man, something will happen. I know it will. Martha, please, look at these.
Will you please stop acting like this? It's embarrassing. Don't you think I know why you're doing it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, at first I thought it was cute, but who's kidding who, Mr. Stern? You're 25 years older than I am.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Now stop acting like that.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? You must believe me. You just must.
Martha died, violently, fulfilling Harold Stern's prophecy, though certainly not as he'd expected. A few months later, Mr. Stern passed away in an asylum for the criminally insane, and there the matter ended. And yet there are those who still speculate about his fantastic power of clairvoyance. The woman who unexpectedly inherited a great fortune, the man who drowned, or his intuition that took him to Martha's room before the gas could kill her. Explain it we cannot. We can only wonder. Another enigma in the world that thus far remains one step beyond. The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. This door is kept locked at all times. The curtains on the window are always drawn. Inside the main house tonight is quite an occasion. In the year the Parrish family has lived in Boston, this is the first time anyone outside the immediate family has been invited to the house.
Story about the servants leaving just this morning.
Well, goodness, Anna, why shouldn't he? It would hardly enter his head that we've never had servants here.
We're all so good at telling lies, aren't we?
Well, at least they are lies that hurt no one. Well, you'll be free of me very soon. You'll be married and in New York with Danny.
Mama, to have somewhere that's really, really home. After all these years of moving one place to another. These Being frightened. Mama, did I tell you what Danny said to me? He said he wanted 6 children. Of course, I just sat there and stammered and blushed. What's that?
It's nothing. It's a recipe.
You know, Danny even has names for them. Michael and Eric and David for the
Margaret,
boys. And the...
we'll have the Beaujolais with dinner.
Yes, Papa. Oh, darling, you better run along upstairs and get ready.
Yeah.
Danny seems to be the kind who never late.
Not a second. Life must run like clockwork. That's why I love him. And I love you too, Mama. Oh, tonight I love the world. Ah!
Mama. There seems to be someone in the garden. George, go and see what's happened.
You know what has happened.
Mama, please, please don't.
No one can see into that room. Wash your hands.
That'll help. Wash my hands. Will that wash away Jason? I hate him, I hate him, I hate him! Anna!
What is it? Come inside.
Tell me, what is it?
Danny, there's nothing for you to be afraid of.
I'd heard stories about it, but I didn't believe them. And then, just now, I saw for myself, sitting in a red velvet chair. That's what was so horrible. In a red velvet chair with a high back, reading a book for all the world like
a human being.
Oh, no. What I saw didn't belong inside a house. What I saw belonged in the sea.
Danny, you're very young. I hope you will have the compassion to understand.
Mama, no!
He has to know. He is my son. He's Anna's brother.
Brother?
Danny,
It happened before he was born.
He was born that way?
Danny.
It is a disease that is not contagious, nor hereditary.
Danny, what Mama says is true.
Anna, I can't.
Before God, what Mama says is true.
Anna,
all the doctors swore it. It's not hereditary.
I'm
Danny,
sorry.
please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Danny! Danny!
Give him time to think. If he really loves you, he will come back.
No, 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 he won't. You saw the way he looked at me. He was looking at our babies, and the babies I'll never have because of Jason. I hate him, and I wish he were dead.
George, I think I shall send Anna away someplace. Someplace pleasant.
It's Jason who must be sent away,
No,
Margaret.
George, not again, not now.
Yes, now.
George.
How long can you be selfish? Each time we've had to move, whenever I've had to look for a new job, you know what agony it's been for him. He'd be happier away from us. There are hospitals that would take him.
You don't mean hospitals.
He's my son, too, Margaret. For the love of God, have some pity for the boy.
Pity?
Yes, pity! How do you think he feels locked up in the room?
I have told you 100 times I will not let him go.
And that's always finished the argument, hasn't it, Margaret? But not tonight. No, not tonight.
George. He will hear you. You cannot ask me to give up my life.
At last you said it, Margaret. He is your whole life. Not me. Not Anna. Jason. You've no love left for the rest of us.
He needs me more.
Margaret! I mean what I say. If you don't agree with me now, if you don't agree with me this moment to send Jason away, then I shall leave you.
Parrish, I'm Edward Brown.
It was very kind of you to see me.
Who could resist such a letter? I'm surprised, madam, you confide these intimacies to a stranger.
As a stranger, you could be of no help to me, Dr. Brown.
Madam, let's be clear on this point. I am no longer a doctor. My name has been officially struck from the British Medical Association.
I'm not interested in that. All I care about is your knowledge and your talent, Dr. Brown.
Sit down, madam.
Thank you.
I remember hearing of a few such cases as your son's.
Well, other doctors have told me that almost every 100 years a child is born with this affliction. You know, Jason says that he has read a theory that all mankind is evolved from the sea, the cradle of life. But Jason says that perhaps the seed of our beginnings is still with us, and that this is God's way of reminding us that we have not come as far as we would like to think.
Cradle of life. Jason sounds a remarkable boy. Madam, why have you come to me?
I read of your lecture.
Lecture? Lecture indeed. The papers turned it a riot. The police had to be called.
Here, this is what interested me. The jeering began when Brown made claims that his so-called mind force could be efficacious in the treatment
I
of
read the
certain
account,
illnesses,
madam. I read it.
particularly ailments of unknown origin. That's why I came, Dr. Brown. Please, will you be honest with me? Have you been successful?
There have been a few cures, and many, many failures.
What is this mind force?
Madam, if I could explain it satisfactorily, I would hardly be in my present position. All I can tell you is that I seem to have developed a kind of power. What it is, I cannot tell you. I'm not the first. There have been others. I think perhaps Dr. Mesmer was the first.
This power sounds supernatural.
And that would frighten you?
I want my son to be well. The means do not concern me. Will you dine with us tonight and see Jason?
Madam, do I look in such bad need of a meal?
I am in such bad need of help.
I'm sorry.
I thought perhaps another chance of success was vital to you.
Madam, I don't believe either one of us could stand another failure. I haven't had a roast like that in more months than I care to say.
Anna, did you hear that? Dr. Brown was complimenting you on your cooking.
Mama, Papa wrote that he'd seen Danny in New York. It was just by accident on the street. They didn't even speak. Danny crossed the street.
Aye, what can be worse than the loss of love? Except perhaps the loss of belief that it can happen again.
If you have finished your coffee, Doctor, I will take you to see Jason.
Miss Parrish. You remember at dinner me talking about my life in England? What are my beliefs? I was made to look a fool. Many people turned their backs on me, including someone I loved most dearly. But now I'm glad it happened. Now I know there was no real love between us. Someone who loves you will not desert you, no matter how severe the test. Do you believe that?
I don't know.
Perhaps I could help you to believe. Come, lass. Come and sit down. Perhaps I could help you to believe. Madam, have I your permission to play a game with Anna?
You have?
Anna, you know I want to be your friend.
Yes.
Give me your hands. Anna, fix your gaze on a point of light in your ring. Stare at it. Never take your eyes from it. I want you to imagine that I've tied a balloon to your wrist. Imagine that your hand has no weight in it. The balloon is pulling it into the air. Your hand has no weight in it. It can float in the air like a feather. The balloon is tugging up, up, up. That's it. Now, as your hand rises higher, it will come toward your face. Keep staring at that one point of light. Keep staring at it as your hand comes toward your face. You're becoming more and more sleepy. Your poor eyes ache for sleep. But you cannot close them until your hand touches your face. Only then will you sleep. Sleep. It's easy with someone so eager to escape.
Does she hear us?
Only me.
What sort of sleep is this? Where is she?
I warned you. Somewhere in the standard. You remember what I told you about the power the mind has over the body? Let me show you. Anna, now you're even more deeply asleep. You hear nothing but my voice. Yesterday you had an accident in the kitchen. You scalded the back of your hand with boiling water. The skin is still raw and sensitive from the burn. Touch the back of her hand. Go on, touch it. The burn is healed. The pain is all gone. In fact, you have no feeling in your hand whatsoever. The nerves are all dead. The hand is numb. Have you a pin? It will not bleed. Now the hand is as it was, as if the burn had never been. Listen carefully to me. When you wake up, you'll be as happy as you were before Danny went away. You will not forget him. You will only forget the pain of his going away. You will feel the hurt no more. When I count 3, you will open your eyes and be wide awake, feeling happier and more rested than you ever have in your life. 1, 2, 3.
What happened? I was listening to the doctor, and then I... Well, I guess I must have dozed off. Oh, I'm sorry. You must think I'm terribly rude.
We'd be a deal healthier if we all took a bit of a nap after dinner. Now, Mrs. Parrish, if you'd be so good as to let me have the key to Jason's room.
Yes, of course. Doctor, I think if anyone can help Jason, it's you.
Thank you.
Shouldn't I come with you?
You said he was expecting me. Jason, it's Edward Brown. My name is Edward Brown. Your mother's kind enough to still call me Dr. Brown, but then I expect you've heard that story. Jason, I feel very much an outcast, too. Will you remember that? I need your cooperation if I'm to be of help. Remember this, too. We'll be dealing with the unknown. How long it will take and to what end, I know no more than you. It may be frightening, even dangerous. And what is worse, futile. Jason, I failed many times. The decision must be yours. Good. Let's waste no more time. Jason, give me your hands.
Not even on Christmas Eve. I think I must have been insane to let that doctor talk me into this. Absolutely insane. Dr. Brown, I wonder if he ever was a doctor.
Mama.
Not even on Christmas Eve am I allowed to see my own son.
Now, Mama.
He could be dead for all I know.
Now, that's silly.
Do you know the last time that I saw him? It was September the 2nd. And Dr. Brown, since that moment, has had nothing to say at all.
Well, that is not true. Why, only last week.
Last week, what did he say last week?
He seemed very hopeful.
Then why doesn't he let me see him?
You must trust him.
Well, I don't. I don't trust him. I think it's all some kind of a hoax. Jason isn't any different. There isn't any change at all. Oh, there's one thing that's changed. I've lost him. Jason isn't mine anymore.
That's it. Well, that's what's upsetting you, is it, Mama? you so much.
Hello, baby. Hello, Margaret.
George, I'm glad you're home.
Papa, you're in time for Christmas. Oh, let me take your hat and coat.
George, I am glad you're home, and not just because it's Christmas. I've been so foolish.
Margaret, did you actually think our son could be cured by this charlatan's black magic?
Papa, Dr. Brown isn't a charlatan. Why, you only have to meet him to see that.
Meet him? I want him out of this house right now.
Papa.
Where is he?
He's with Jason.
Get him.
But, Papa,
Get him.
I was desperate, George.
I know, Margaret. Margaret, I brought someone with me. He's waiting outside.
Why?
He's from a hospital in New York.
No!
Margaret, listen to me.
No!
I've seen the place.
No! No, I've lost him once. Never again, never again.
Margaret, we'll go down there together. You can see it for yourself.
No! I have seen those places. I know. I would rather have Jason dead first.
Margaret, all the papers have been signed.
No!
There's nothing you can do, Margaret.
There is. Yes, there is. There is something I can do. You will never take him. Never. Never. I would rather see him dead. There is something that I can
Mama!
It was Jason's wish to wait till Christmas.
Despite his triumph, Dr. Edward Brown didn't live to see his mind force recognized as a powerful weapon against disease and pain. Only recently has hypnosis been officially admitted to the operating theater or to the office of the psychiatrist. Today we accept hypnosis as fact. Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow, telepathy may be fact. Moment of program note about next week. Next week, and every week, we'll be bringing you the personal records of the rarest kind of human experience. Man's adventure in the world of the unknown. That mysterious psychic world beyond our five senses. This is your invitation to take with us that astonishing one step beyond. Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows.
Alcoa presents a new and unusual kind of television program that takes you just beyond the world in which you live. Alcoa presents Aluminum, from the world's leading producer, Aluminum Company of America, who creates new and unusual uses of this wondrous metal for the world in which you do live. And now, John Newland takes you one step beyond.
The sea is calm now. Guns are silent. Planes in the sky carry nothing more menacing than tourists. All things considered, it's a good time in the world. But it wasn't always so good. quiet. Not so very long ago, the sea was a battleground. The sky was filled with death. World War II. It hardly seems real to some of us now. Something consigned to history books. But there were things that happened that never made the history books because they were too incredible to be recorded. That is, except in the memories of the men involved. They remember and will certainly never forget.
How many hits did we get?
2, sir. Nothing serious.
All right. Secure all battle stations.
Secure all battle stations.
Secure all battle stations.
Well, I hope it's the last we see of them for a while.
Sir, all gun crew reports secured.
What was the follow-up on number 1 gun?
Driscoll came unglued, sir.
Well, take him below and have Harris tend to him.
I did, sir, but Harris is in no condition to treat a sick dog.
Again?
Yes, sir, again. The engineering officer reports, sir, the electrical board is out. Be at least 6 hours before repairs are completed.
All right, Boats.
Aye, sir.
Well, this is sure a lucky day. So for 6 hours, we just sit here. Wonder how long it'll be before one of their reconnaissance planes spots us.
Should be quite an afternoon, sir.
Could be. What do you suppose made young Driscoll crack up?
He'll be all right. I'm not worried about him.
Harris?
Yes.
I think I understand, Harris.
Well, I don't, sir.
If I didn't think you'd poison the Pacific, I'd throw you overboard.
Wouldn't that be against Navy regulations, sir?
Knock it off and stand up.
That's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Knock it off and stand up! Oh, I've had a belly full of you, Harris. I've had you. Run up to there. Put this man in the brig.
Aye, aye, sir. Let's go, Harris.
All right, gently.
Let's go.
Come on, brother, gently.
Sir?
What about Harris? You see him?
Yes, I saw him. He was stoned again. I had to put him in the brig.
That's the 3rd time in 2 weeks.
May I speak frankly?
Since when do you have to ask?
I sincerely hope you're going to recommend court-martial this time. Harris's behavior is having a detrimental effect on the rest of the men.
I know. But you see, Stacy, Harris is trying to...
Will, we all have problems.
Take over the watch, Mr. Stacy.
Aye, sir.
Keep your fingers crossed. 6 hours sitting here like a fat duck.
On your feet, Harris. On
On your feet.
All right. That's all, Bosun.
Aye, aye, sir.
Harris, you're a pretty intelligent fellow. Do you know what being drunk during a battle means? You know what a court-martial would do to you?
Yeah, up against the wall. And bang, bang, bang.
Harris, you know, you had me pretty confused. I mean, at first. Why would one of the best men in my ship suddenly turn into the Navy's #1 fowler?
You drink a little, you forget your troubles. What's wrong with that? You ought to try it, Captain. Maybe you could forget how we're stuck out here all by our lonesomes. Who knows, you might even forget the whole lousy war.
Has the drink helped you forget your brother? Yeah, I found out about it a couple of days ago.
What loudmouth slob? That's none of your business.
Everything on this ship is my business, and don't you ever forget it. How old was he?
What are we gonna have, a nice little heart-to-heart talk? 19. A rich, full life, huh, Captain?
I'm sorry.
Who isn't? Everybody's sorry. The Navy Department, my mother, the girl who was in love with him. Nobody's as sorry as me. I talked him into enlisting. You want to have a good laugh while we sit out here on the quiet Pacific? This kid brother of mine decided he wasn't going to fight. He and his girl were going to get married, and they were going to be medical missionaries. Take penicillin and the word of the Lord to the Hottentots. But after Pearl Harbor, I had a nice long talk with little brother. Made him see the error of his ways. You should have heard me, Captain. You would have been real proud. I used every cliche in the book. I didn't miss a one. You have to do God's work with a gun before you can do it with a medicine and a hymn book. I even said that.
Well, isn't that about true?
Hey, Captain, you're not going to tell me my kid brother died for any noble cause. Come on, he died because a bomb exploded, period. End of report.
You really think that's the end of it? I mean, for him.
What else is there? You mean like up yonder?
Who knows?
I know. There's nothing. Nothing except what you can see and hear and touch, and you can quote me. This is real. This lousy ship, this stinking brig. You and that little gold braid. That's real. There isn't anything else. There's nothing else.
That's also real, Harris. And that's the only reality, God help us. If you have to hate somebody for killing your brother, try hating the enemy. Be very, very careful with him.
But, sir, you know we're under strict orders not to break radio silence.
Just do as I tell you. Contact the heavy cruiser Athena and tell them I want to talk to their chief surgeon. Captain Madison speaking. Senior medical officer. Can I help you?
This is Lieutenant Commander Stacy. Commander Fielding, our skipper's badly hurt. He's bleeding to death. We don't know what to do.
Fielding? Bill Fielding? Well, isn't there anybody aboard who...
We've got nobody.
Nobody?
There's a fellow up in the brig who's supposed to be a pharmacist's mate, and that's all.
What's his rating?
Before we busted him, he was a pharmacist's mate first class.
Send him up to the radio shack. I want to talk to him.
Sir, he's hopeless.
Mr. Stacy, I'm afraid he's the only hope you have.
On your feet, Harris.
Welcome to my home away from home, Mr. Stacy.
On your feet.
You gonna throw me in the ocean like you promised?
Move, Harris.
Come on, Harris.
Check that shrapnel wound in his neck. We need to know just how serious this is.
Wait a minute, I'm no doctor.
You check it, Harris.
Wow.
Harris is with me now. Here he is. Tell him what you told me.
I examined Commander Fielding.
What did you find, Harris?
He's got a hunk of shrapnel in his neck.
Exactly where?
It's on the left side, a couple of inches above the shoulder.
How bad's the bleeding?
Well, it's pretty bad.
Mr. Stacy tells me you're a pharmacist's mate first class.
I was. At the moment, I'm a prisoner of war.
Stop clowning. What do you want him to do, sir?
How long will it take to rig a loudspeaker in the wardroom?
A couple of minutes. Get some men on that.
Good. Now have Harris break out the instruments and start scrubbing. Contact me later.
Yes, sir.
What's he talking about? What for?
Get to the wardroom on the double.
What for?
Get to the wardroom, Harris.
The way I feel, I couldn't take the nail out of a bedpost. What if I say I just won't do it? What are you going to do, shoot me?
You're going to do it.
Look, can I get this through your head? Even if I was feeling okay, I couldn't do it.
Madison's one of the best surgeons in the fleet. If he thinks it might work, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, but the skipper's not a bad guy. This is like killing him.
And if we do nothing, what happens then? Here. We're ready, sir.
Have you started the plasma?
Yes, sir. Look, sir, I got the shakes so bad I can't do this.
Is he still unconscious?
Did you hear what I said?
Is he still unconscious?
Yes, yes.
All right, good. Now, we can't risk using anesthetic in his condition.
Sir, will you please listen to me?
Now, you listen to me. This is tough. We're stuck. You're going to do it. You're going to follow my instructions quickly and carefully. You're going to do exactly what I tell you to do. Your skipper happened to be a very good friend of mine.
Okay, let's get on with it. Let's get the thing over with.
All right, now. Get some Kelly hemostats from the tray.
Yes, sir. Open the sterilizer and get those hemostats and put them in the alcohol. All right, sir.
Now, swab down the wound with antiseptic and drape the area with sterile towels.
Okay, sir, that's done.
Sir? Dr. Madison? Dr. Madison, are you there?
Yes. All right now, Harris. The first step is to clamp off the small veins. Tie them with the suture. You'll see which ones I mean when you begin. If we're lucky, you'll have no difficulty locating them.
Put another hemostone in there. Okay, sir.
Now you should be able to locate the fragment of shrapnel by gently probing the area. Begin.
You better find it.
Look, will you wipe my forehead, please?
Have you found the fragment?
Yeah, I found it.
What's the exact position?
It's just left of the jugular vein. Almost touching it.
I was afraid of that. Now listen closely, Harris. That's the critical point. You mustn't, under any circumstances, allow the jugular to be severed. Now, the edges of the shrapnel are undoubtedly jagged. It must be removed with extreme caution.
Okay, okay.
Now, don't get rattled, Harris.
Yeah, that's easy to say.
Just take it easy for a couple of seconds. Take a couple of deep breaths.
Yeah, take a couple of deep breaths. What's that gonna do, huh?
Harris?
Okay, let's go. Let's get started.
All right. The veins are tied?
Yes, they're tied.
Very well. Now, grasp the fragment with the hemostat. Gently, firmly.
Yeah. I had it. It slipped away.
Try again, Harris. Now, try to be just a bit firmer. Once you have the clamp around the fragment. It is jagged, isn't it?
Well, it's like a top of a tin can.
Are you all right, Harris?
Yeah, I got it now.
Good. Now, the removal of the fragment is the most delicate part of the job. Now, you've got to let me guide you. One wrong move.
What is it? What's that?
Oh, no, they've broken contact.
Oh, not now. Oh, come on, not now. Well, if we don't get that thing fixed, he'll die.
I'll go up to the radio shack and try to get through. Don't try anything by yourself, you hear me?
Oh, hurry, sir. Hurry! Oh. Oh, come on. Come on, please.
What happened? I don't know, sir. The Athena just quit sending.
Why? My God, why?
Sounded like she was under attack. Maybe they knocked the antenna out. I haven't been able to raise a thing.
Contact one of the other ships. Anyone. Find out what happened.
I'll try, sir.
7-2, break.
Oh. Dr. Madison, for God's sake. Come on, please.
Harris? Harris?
Yes, sir. What happened? We lost contact.
Is Fielding still all right?
Yeah, he's still breathing.
Well, let's get on with it.
Oh, the clamp slipped. Look, I'll have to reach the fragment again. Okay, I got it.
All right. Now begin to withdraw the shrapnel. Very slowly. Straight toward you. That's it. No, straight toward you. Carefully. Stop.
Oh. I think he's gaining consciousness.
That does not happen, Harris. He can move and lacerate the jugular. Now hold the fragment exactly as it is. Do you understand? Be
Very calm.
It's okay. We're in luck. He's passed out again.
Slowly. Firmly pull slightly upward on the fragment. So. Good. Now, never take your eyes off the jugular. Up. Now. Straight again. Straight towards you. That's it.
I got it.
You're not finished yet, Harris. Now, you must tie off the deep bleeders as you did the outer ones. Use the hemostats to clamp them off.
Okay. Yes, sir. Well, what next? Dr. Madison, what kind of bandage do I put on?
Harris.
What next? Yeah.
I told you not to go on without Madison.
I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't?
He guided me every step of the way. I couldn't have done it without him.
We contacted the Dayton. The Athena received 2 direct hits. One bomb caught the radio room. Killed everybody instantly. Everybody.
What? It's impossible. I couldn't have done this without him. He guided me every step of the way.
Harris, are you out of your mind? There couldn't have been a sound out of that loudspeaker. Dr. Madison was killed 10 minutes ago.
Lieutenant Commander Stacy was right about one thing. The heavy cruiser USS Athena did take 2 direct bomb hits from enemy aircraft at 10:40 hours, March the 22nd, 1944. One of the bombs knocked out the communication system of the ship, at the same time killing radio man First Class Tom McCrory and Captain Clyde Madison, the senior medical officer aboard the USS Athena. I suppose, too, that we reasonable people must agree with Lieutenant Commander Stacy on another count. After Madison was killed, the further transmission of his voice was absolutely impossible. But it was also absolutely impossible for pharmacist-mate Harris, an untrained man, to complete this final and most complicated stage of the operation without his voice. To really explain what happened in that hot, steamy wardroom, we cannot look simply to logic or reason, can we? I can only tell you that there is now, living in Southern California, a retired naval officer who has a word for it. His word is miracle. His name is Will Fielding. In a moment, something about next week. Kill? Can it kill 9 times in 9 consecutive generations? Seems incredible, doesn't it? Well, next week, we will bring you one of England's most celebrated outbreaks of witchcraft. We hope you'll be in the audience. Have you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you ever walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant step. Do like ancient castles? Well, this is a very special one. There are no ghosts who wail or rattle chains. There's nobody buried in the walls. But there is something that sets it quite apart. Something that happened in this very room centuries ago. As a matter of fact, it is still happening.
Mr. Physician, what is this message? How is Jamie?
Your son is dying, my lord.
Dying? How can he be dying? Jamie! Jamie, lad, what's this stupid old fool talking about? Oh, get up, Jamie. Come, we'll pull their foolish old beards and send them running. Jamie. Lad. They told me you were the cleverest physician in all Europe. And this man's been with me for 20 years. And yet you stand here, the two of you in your velvet robes, like a couple of scrawny old women.
I have bled the boy 7 times with leech and lancet. I have used lotions and emetics and plasters.
If he's dying, you've done nothing. How could he be dying? My oldest son. My dearest son. How could he be dying? The Black Death could not kill him. It killed his mother. It killed his younger brothers, all except one. My daughter. But not Jamie.
Yes, he seemed a strong young man. At first, I was hopeful.
At first, I was hopeful. How can you stand there and take his death so lightly?
My lord.
Why is he dying?
I don't know, my lord.
You don't know?
At first, I thought it was a turgid condition of the blood.
You don't know? You calmly tell me he's dying. And you don't know why.
My lord.
You're a fraud.
I have treated princes and kings.
Oh, worse than a fraud. What are these?
My medicines, of course.
All your poisons. When you came here 12 days ago, my son was ill, but he wasn't dying.
Well,
what have you done with him?
My lord, I cannot accept such an insinuation. With my lord's permission, I will leave at once.
No, you will not, please. Stop him. What is this, a plot? A plot against me? No, my lord. Because of Jamie. Through Jamie. Do you hope to get at me? What have you been paid? No! Come on, tell me, what have you been promised? Very well. One thing I'll promise you. The day that Jamie is buried, each one of you will be buried.
I must remind my lord that I am under the protection of the Prince of Padua.
You are in my castle, Mr. Physician. The Prince of Padua is a long way away.
But I have done everything I could. This is so unfair.
Jamie! There, lads, rest now. Now take it easy. Take it easy.
In his delirium, he has called this woman's name constantly. I asked the servants. They say there was a young girl of that name living in your village for some months. They say the young man was most fond of the girl.
Most fond? Idle women's chatter. She was a pretty thing. She had a bright way with her. She meant nothing to my son.
And yet he constantly speaks her name as he lies dying.
What has the girl got to do with it?
I think a great deal, my lord. Why did you send her away?
Her father was a wheelwright. He had completed his business in the village. He moved on.
The servants say otherwise.
And so, you would prefer to listen to the servants?
The boy will certainly die. I do not wish to be murdered, my lord. Why was the girl sent away?
I told Jamie to give her up. And he defied me. For the first time in his life, he defied me.
A loving son defying his father.
The girl had bewitched him.
My lord.
What are you trying to say?
How soon after the girl was sent away did the illness begin?
I don't know. A week, I suppose.
Scarce 3 days, my lord.
Well, if you know, why do you ask me?
For almost 30 years I have practiced my arts. I have cut for the stones successfully more than 100 times. I have cured the plague, even after the carbuncles appeared. I have trepanned into the skulls of princes, releasing the noxious vapors, and they have prospered. But, my lord, when I am faced with this, mark the way he breathes, as though all the tubes in his body had been knotted. I have seen such agony before, my lord. In Naples, in Lausanne, in a village near Lyon. Each time the victim died. Each time I was helpless.
Why?
My lord just spoke the word.
What word?
Bewitched. Are you trying to save yourself? If you think so, kill me now, my lord.
She's just an ordinary girl. She's not a vagabond. She's not a gypsy.
In Geneva, I saw 2 children, aged no more than 10, and of a splendid merchant family, whose acts of witchcraft were beyond belief.
Oh. Oh. Jamie!
My lord.
No, Jamie!
It is not his physicians you must punish, my lord.
Find the girl. Bring her to me.
Liar! 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 Liar!
Silence! Continue.
I found her dancing in an open field. I came upon her suddenly. She didn't see me. It was a strange kind of a dance she did, the like of which I've never seen before. And as she danced, she laughed and uttered strange cries. And then the skies were full of clouds, and it started to rain. And I was terrible frightened.
I have danced many times, and I was always laughing. And why not? I was happy. I was in love, and I was loved.
The maid will remain quiet.
How could I not laugh and sing when Jamie loved me?
Silence!
No matter how many of his witnesses lie, I did not harm him. How could I harm my darling Jamie?
Tell the court all that you told me.
Well, my lord,
You told me she caused all the milk suddenly to turn sour.
She did.
And you saw imps flying in the air above her head.
On 2 occasions, my lord, I did.
And like all the other witnesses, didn't you see me whirl a cat in the air? I'd disappear after saying magic words.
My oldest son is lying dead. And the witch mocks me.
Catherine, with thine own hands, thou hast placed thy mark in the black book of perpetual death. Thou art a sorcerer and a witch. Now then, Catherine, hear the awesome sentence
of this civil court. Thou shalt be remitted forthwith into the hands of the public executioner.
No! No!
To be taken to an open field, 100 rods from the castle gates. There thou shalt be bound to a wooden stake with leather thongs and burned.
No! Where did you take him from me? And now you kill me! As much as I loved him, that's how much I hate you! If it's true, if I do possess the power you see, I curse you! And I curse all that follow you and bear your name. Since Jamie, your firstborn son, died before his father, so will it be in every generation! I curse you!
When?
It's almost over, I'm afraid.
How much longer?
Who knows? About an hour, at the most.
Will.
Well, at least there's this to be said. That foolish superstition is finally being laid to rest. An oldest son is surviving his father. The Sunday papers will have to give up one of their favorite little tales.
Peter, if you could convince Will of that, it might save his sanity.
What?
Didn't you see his face?
He's very devoted to the Earl. He's feeling great sorrow.
And even greater terror.
Oh, now, Harriet, don't let's start that.
I know him. He's my husband. He's absolutely certain that he has less than an hour to live.
Will's an intelligent man.
Oh, Peter, intelligence has nothing to do with it. He feels that you pass the sentence of death on him. Will? Will! Oh, Will, darling.
Leave me alone.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Will.
Why the delegation? Can't I just be by myself?
Well, you left the sick room in such a state. Harriet was a little worried about you. Now, look, Will, you really can't believe...
Can't I?
Will, darling, this isn't the Dark Ages. It's the 20th century.
Tell that to Uncle Francis and Great Uncle Peter. They both died in the 20th century.
Millions died in the war that killed Francis.
And thousands died of diphtheria in 1906, like Peter.
Yes, here.
And I suppose it's just one of those odd bits of chance that for 8 generations, the oldest
Well, it
son...
certainly wasn't because some stupid peasant girl cried out a curse, I'll tell you that.
Intellectually, I must believe you. Still, I'm absolutely certain that somehow, within the next hour, somehow, before my father dies, in the very best of health, at the tender age of 28, surrounded by my loved ones and my doctor, somehow I'm going to die!
This emotionalism is senseless. Now, look, Will, I'm going to prepare a sedative for you that will put you to sleep for a couple of hours.
No!
Don't tell me no. I'm your doctor.
Will, darling.
Go after him. Tell him I'll take his sedative.
But, darling...
Do as I say!
Why, if it let you get some sleep?
Can't you imagine why? Don't you know what wonderful thoughts are whirling around in my head? How is young William to die? A bolt of lightning? There isn't even a cloud in the sky. Will I be run over by a train? Here, in my own house? Or will the roof fall in? It's managed to stay up there for 800 years.
Oh, Will, you aren't going to die.
Or will my doctor make a mistake? Prescribe the wrong medicine, the wrong dosage.
Will, you're breaking my heart.
Or will my darling wife become weary of her babbling husband and take a shotgun down from a wall and put him out of his misery?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it, Will! Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling.
Tell him no sedative. Oh, and Harriet.
Yes.
Check with the airport again, will you? See if you can find any new information on when Jamie's plane is due. Little brother Jamie. An Earl at 22. Not bad, eh?
Oh, Will, for heaven's sake, stop.
Of course, I do feel a pang of sadness for his firstborn.
Nothing's going to happen.
But he'll live longer than I did. How is it possible? How can I die? How? How?
Lord William, are you all right?
Go away!
Will.
I told you to leave me alone.
Your father just died. It happened very quickly just a few minutes ago. There wasn't even time to call you to the bedside.
How's that possible? How can it be?
You see? The curse was childish nonsense.
I feel as if... I don't know. I feel as if I'd just been born again. I feel as if a ton of rock had been lifted from my chest. He's dead. He's really dead. I can't tell you what these last minutes have been like. Oh, God.
I know, darling, I know.
I've died 10,000 times in this room, Harriet. Suddenly, everything's all right. Everything's all right. Did you hear that? Did you hear what I said?
Oh, Will, darling.
My father dies, and all I can feel is infinite relief.
Oh, you poor darling, you've been through so much.
He's dead, and all I want to say is thank God.
There now. There. Come, sit down. Sit down, darling. Come on, sit down. There. Don't cry. Now that it's all over, the doctor can give you that sedative. You can get some sleep. All right?
Yes. I want to sleep.
Yes, you sleep.
Harriet, I loved him.
Oh, I know.
I loved him.
I know, darling. I know. I know. There now. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. There, darling. Back in a minute. There.
Father. I'm working as fast as I can. Now, just you relax, or I'll give you a shot, too. When he wakes up, he'll be all right.
I hope so. I hope I've done the right thing.
Of course you did the right thing. Poor chap's been under a strain enough to kill a horse.
Father, I didn't want you to die. It's just... I was so afraid. Forgive me, Father.
And so it happened again. In 1951, William's younger brother opened the castle to tourists who come in droves to see the place where the firstborn son of each generation was cursed by a witch so many, many years ago. But certainly Catherine could not have been a witch. Certainly her trial was a farce, and her death a tragic injustice. But then why has her curse been so effective? Well, if we want to fall back on our old friend, coincidence, the odds on such a coincidence are 3 billion to 1. In any event, James, the present Earl of Kildane and William's younger brother, has never married. Curse or coincidence, the Kildane line will end with him. A clue about next week in one moment. Next week, and every week, we'll be bringing you the personal records of the rarest kind of human experience. Man's adventure in the world of the unknown. That mysterious psychic world beyond our 5 senses. This is your invitation to take with us that astonishing one step beyond.
Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows. It's a pleasant apartment. Nice room. For such a terrifying thing to happen. But who among us can ever know when or where the psychic lightning will strike? And who among us is ever really prepared for a shattering glimpse into the world of the unknown? Certainly Anthony March was not. This is his Greenwich Village apartment in New York City. It's a comfortable, charming room. It has nice furniture, pictures on the wall. Matter of fact, it has everything that should make a man happy and comfortable, with the possible exception of a view. The view, as from many other Greenwich Village apartments, consists of other windows from other rooms. However, don't forget this window. It's a very special window.
Jeannie, could you... Could you look a little alive?
I'm alive.
Not as alive as a dead duck.
Look, Mr. March, for $25 an hour, you're not going to get Audrey Hepburn, you know. I mean, working nights and all. And in this heat.
Now, sometimes you think we might get some small quality into a picture?
I thought getting quality was your department, Mr. March.
That's very good, Jeannie. Very good.
Well, it's not coming out so bad, Mr. March. You know, you're one of the best magazine illustrators in New York. Everybody says so.
Not so bad. Sometime wouldn't it be great if it turned out to be absolutely lousy? Absolutely wonderful.
We are what we are. Take me, for instance. My ambition was I wanted to be a ballroom dancer. But look at my feet, tugboats. So you do the best you can.
Spare me your earthy wisdom, huh? So hot. I'm suffocating.
The weatherman on TV said there's a cold front moving in from Canada.
I'll still suffocate on this junk.
Oh, you'll see. The agency will think it's great.
Yeah.
Gee, what do you want, for crying out loud? To be like that crazy artist who cut off his ear? Why, I bet you make more in a week than he made in a whole year.
Jeannie, go on home.
I thought you had a deadline to meet.
Go home.
Gee, I broke a swell date to work with you tonight.
I'm not working anymore.
You hired me for 3 hours.
I'll pay you for 3 hours.
Look, I don't want charity. I just happen to be considered one of the prettiest models in this town.
I'm bored to death with your prettiness. Those blue eyes. Empty. Pale pink cheeks. That cute little dimple of yours.
Thanks a lot.
Just once before I'm old and gray, you think I might be able to see something that will excite me enough so I could be an artist for about 5 minutes?
To be honest, I think you ought to see a doctor. I told my roommate who goes to NYU about
Get
it.
out of here.
I'm leaving as fast as I can.
Oh, I hate that cute little dimple.
You're making me cry.
I'd like to take all the empty, beautiful faces and drop them from that window one by one.
Sometimes guys really kill me. All I can say is, I wish I hadn't broken my date. You know, what makes you so sure you could paint anything better, even if you had the chance?
No.
Harry. Yes, I know I promised. I know, darling, but I just had to call you once more. Oh, it's so wonderful just to hear your voice again. I can't tell you. No, I'm not going to cry. Harry, I'm not crying. Well, what do you want me to do? Am I supposed to be calm and collected like a telephone operator? I'm not crying. No, there's no particular reason for calling. I just had... I wanted to talk to you once more. I want to see if you're all right, Harry. Is your cold better? It sounds much better. Is everything okay at work? Harry, I am controlling myself. Can't you just be a little bit patient with me? It's crazy. I don't know what to say to you. I mean, after being alone for so long, Harry, you can understand that, can't you? Harry, it's very easy to say, try not to be morbid. What am I supposed to do? Just push a button or something? Yes, darling, I'm sorry. Just try to be patient with me. Yes, I know. It's the only thing we could do. I know. I know. Don't you think it's torture for me, too? I keep talking and I don't say anything I want to. Harry, there must be some way we can make things right again. We were so wonderful for each other. I'd try so hard. I'd do anything you asked. God, I'd crawl on my hands and knees. Harry, I know I had an awful lot of awful faults, but I'd try so hard to change. Be whatever you wanted me to be. Harry, please, I can't help it if I'm crying. Harry, I'm so lost. Harry, I'm so lonely. Please. I can't help it. Harry, don't hang up on me, please. Wait. Harry, please. Don't hang up.
Lady! Lady, what are you doing? Lady! Lady! You say you saw a woman trying to kill herself in the evening? Get the door open, will you? But she was in here. Look, I saw her from my window across the way. You think I'm playing a game or something?
Mister, if someone tells me a dame's gassing herself in one of my rooms, I come a-running.
It could be the next room. Maybe she's in here.
Traveling man's in there, an old fellow from Toledo. And like the sign says, he don't want to be disturbed.
Look, I tell you I saw her.
Sorry for the disturbance, Mrs. Halverhan. Satisfied? You know, running a hotel in Greenwich Village is sometimes better than watching TV.
I'm not crazy. I saw her.
Go on home, mister, and sleep it off.
I'm not drunk. What is this? What is this?
But the owner don't like too much cooking in this heat.
Yes, all right.
Good night.
Seen a temperature inversion, you know, like a mirage.
Ella, I did see her. I swear I did.
Leon says you have to drink at least 4 full cups of black coffee.
I don't care what Leon says. I did see her.
And it's always good to use plenty of sugar. When a person's blood sugar gets low, lots of things can happen.
Why is it? A woman marries a doctor, and in 10 minutes she knows more than the Mayo brothers.
What was it this time? A boy or a girl?
False alarm.
Again?
Again. Somebody who's already had 5 children, you'd think would start getting good at it. Not Mrs. Monahan. Well, you look a little better than when I left an hour ago.
Yeah, I guess that shot you gave me did the trick. I feel... You know, this is really one for the book. This character needs a head shrinker, so he comes to an obstetrician.
The obstetrician and his wife happen to be my best friends. When this thing happened for the second time, all I could think of was to come running. Leon, it couldn't have been a dream twice. I was awake. I know I was awake.
Half awake, Buster. Big difference. Subconscious going on like a house afire. You want to know the technical name for it, ask Ella. She knows all those big words.
Well, it does have something to do with the layers of sleep, Tony. Your subconscious is lamp.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Looks like a thyroid case. Next time you see her, tell her to have a basal metabolism.
Very funny.
Look, what happened to you is happening right now to 50 different people. If you want my honest opinion, you'd had a little bit too much to drink, you fell asleep, and you had a recurrent nightmare. All right. You don't believe me? Go see a psychiatrist. He'll tell you the same thing and send you a nice bill.
Leon.
Now, if you'd ever been wide awake and bright as a sparrow, and maybe tying your shoelace or shaving that ugly face of yours, and you'd seen a woman that wasn't there, that would be different.
What do you mean different?
Ella's very fond of you. We'd come to visit you every other Sunday and bring you some nice chicken soup and some homemade fudge.
How do any of your patients stand you?
Because I always deliver boys. Oh, no.
Hello? Yes. It's Mr. Monahan.
Tell him I ran off with my red-headed nurse.
Well, how often, Mr. Monahan? He says his wife's pains are coming every 2 minutes now.
Tell him I gave up medicine as an impulse.
No, now, Mr. Monahan, it's all right. Don't you worry. You know your wife's all right. He'll be right there. Yes, Mr. Monahan.
You think you've got nightmares. Oh, look, Tony, do you think if I thought there was anything really wrong, I'd kid around about it? Hey, you know, maybe it's just the ketchup stains, but that looks different from the most of your tripe. You go home and get a good night's sleep. You, I will see later.
It's not just different. It's alive. Now, to me, it is.
She looks so sad.
That's what I mean. It's alive. Jeannie, what are you doing here?
Mr. March, I must have fallen asleep. I came in about 1 o'clock and I found the door wide open, so I just came on in. I thought maybe you'd just be gone a couple of seconds. What time is it?
It's 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
What made you come back?
To tell you off? Gee, some of the things you said.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I'm sorry, Jeannie.
Well, you should be. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be. Because if you're sorry, how can I be mad? You know, I got pretty fresh with you, too. So I've got as much reason to apologize as you have.
Your apology is accepted, Jeannie.
You mean I came all the way across town in the middle of the night for nothing? And I had to drink 2 martinis to get my courage up in the first place.
No, and you mix yourself another one.
Okay, would you like one?
Uh-uh.
Isn't it kind of late for working?
Huh?
Late for working.
Huh.
You know, I really should be getting home. My roommate's kind of an old grandmother, you know, with all the questions.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to be working, won't you need me for modeling?
Not this time.
Who's that for?
Just for me.
You know, she looks kind of sad.
You know, I don't like too much cooking in this heat.
Jeannie. Look out that window.
What for? What's there to see? Mr. March, I really am sorry about what happened. The way I lost my temper and all. You kind of lost your temper, too. I think it's kind of nice how we're both so sensitive about our work. You know, right after I left here, I went straight home and I asked my roommate, you know, the one...
I can't help it if I'm crying,
She's
Harry.
majoring in psychology, and I asked her what she thought I should do about what I said to you this afternoon. She said, well, I should
Harry,
come straight over here and
please.
apologize. Get it off my...
Please, I'm so lonely.
What's the matter, Mr. March?
I can't help it.
Mr. March, are you sick or something?
Harry, don't hang up on me, please.
I mean, have you got a pain or anything?
Don't hang up on...
Mr. March, do you want me to call a doctor?
A bottle of that green liquor that drives you nuts if you can fool me twice.
Operator, would you send a police ambulance? Hey, what's the address here? Mister, what's the address?
1218 4th Street.
1218 4th Street. Yes.
How did he know? How did he know? How in God's name did he know?
He could offer several impressive and complicated theories about time, which might explain what happened to Anthony March and the lady across the way. Actually, great Albert Einstein devoted much thought to the fantastic tricks that time sometimes seems to play, merely because we don't fully understand it. One scientist suggests that time is like a phonograph record, with the needle picking up the constant now. And in the case of Anthony March, the needle jumped ahead one groove and played that groove over and over again until actual now caught up. As I said, the theories are both complicated and impressive. However, why did this happen? Well, if it were a nice romantic little story, we would say so that Anthony March and the lady would meet and live happily ever after. But the fact is, he never saw her again. Well, then, did she at least make him into a formidable artist? This painting is considered different from March's usual work, but not much better. Actually, you could buy it in a New York gallery for about $200 if it were for sale. In a moment, next week. Next week, and every week, we'll be bringing you the personal records of the rarest kind of human experience. Man's adventure in the world of the unknown. That mysterious psychic world beyond our five senses. This is your invitation to take with us that astonishing one step beyond. Have you ever had the feeling that you knew what someone was going to say just before he said it? Or have you walked into a strange room and had the sensation that you'd been there before? Well, if you have, you've taken a small step beyond. Now watch a giant Jefferson High School. By day, its corridors are noisy with kids. At night, it's quieter. There's only one class, English for the foreign-born. This is their teacher, Lois Morrison. Practical, efficient, down to earth. Barely 10 feet away from an experience that has absolutely nothing to do with Earth.
Miss Morrison?
Dad.
Wait, please. I have a surprise.
Oh?
Because I speak English so good with the customers. The boss at the butcher shop, he give Tom a check. $5 raise.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, no, wait, please. To you should go congratulations. To a lovely lady who teaches me.
Thank you.
Wait, please. For you. Because you teach me English so good. A small appreciate. Appreciate is not the right word.
Well, I couldn't possibly accept this. It's very thoughtful of you, but...
But what?
Well, it's just not proper.
Because Tomacek is so ugly.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomacek. It's very beautiful.
Did you give her that, huh? You want to be a teacher's pet or something? Now, tomorrow, you know, a nice red apple on the desk. Compliments, Mr. Tomacek.
Hey, instead of an apple, Tomacek should bring the teacher pork chops and roast beef from the butcher shop, so she will look so skinny.
Shut up! Please.
What's the matter? I only tried to make a joke, Mamma mia.
What's the matter? You don't like to be a butcher, huh?
Shall we go to work? Well, words that sound the same but have absolutely opposite meanings. Do you have any words?
I know a bunch. I wrote them down. Sense, like brain. And sense like pennies. Bear like animal in zoo. And bear like, excuse me, you know, no clothes.
That's very good.
Two like 1, 2. And two like me also. And two like... Excuse me, what kind of English is that?
I bet Miss Morrison wrote, stop talking so much in Dutch.
No, this isn't Dutch.
What happened? I don't understand.
be. It cannot be.
Mr. Tomacek. What cannot be?
How can you write like her? It's not possible.
Like who? What are you talking about?
It is a trick. Huh?
Oh, Mr. Tomacek.
No, it is a joke to make me crazy. What is happening here?
What is happening to me?
That is Clara's writing.
How could I possibly write like that?
Yes. How could you write like my Clara? She's dead. 5 years. 5 years. In January. In the old country.
What are you talking about?
I have letters from her in my room. It is the same writing.
Have you gone out of your mind?
I showed it to you.
No. You must be mistaken about the writing, Mr. Tomacek.
Do you speak my language? You sure?
I said I didn't speak it.
But you wrote it perfect.
What did I write about?
Nothing.
Well, must have been something.
Foolishness. What a young girl in love would write. Like what my Clara wrote to me.
Where did you say those letters were?
I told you. In my room.
I must see them. Will you turn out the lights, Mr. Tomacek? Mr. Tomacek, what is it?
In the darkness, you remind me of Clara. You go still more. I tell you when to turn.
And when I see the letters, and I convince myself that it is the same writing, what then?
I don't know.
And even if it isn't the same writing, how could I possibly write in a language I don't know?
Go through red light.
You have 7 days to report in on this. It's room 102 in the courthouse. Just sign your name and address right there at the bottom. Miss Morrison?
I'm very nervous tonight.
I can see that.
I honestly don't think I could hold my hand steady enough to sign my name.
Well, you just do the best you can.
Couldn't I just accept the ticket and just let it go at that?
No, ma'am.
Why?
It's the law.
Well, I just can't do it.
Why not?
I told you I can't.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to, Miss Morrison. Right there at the bottom, your full name and address.
Oh, I can't. Help me.
Well, you look a lot better.
I feel a lot better.
I told you, the hypo and a couple of hours rest, and you'd be as good as new.
go home?
Well, let's just have a little look-see. That sounds more like a heart.
I must have thought I'd gone quite mad.
I've seen a lot worse.
It's true, though,
Mm-hmm.
about the writing. I know it must sound absolutely crazy, but it's true.
Yes, Miss Morrison.
Don't say yes, Miss Morrison, like that. 8 other people saw it, too.
Well, I'm sure it's something your own doctor can explain quite satisfactorily. I'd see him first thing tomorrow.
How can he explain it? They're telling me it's perfectly normal. I should start writing in a language I don't know. Like a woman who's been dead for 5 years. The man who was in the car with me, Mr. Tomachek. Ask him.
I sent him on home an hour ago.
He would have told you.
We talked a little.
Well, what did he tell you?
Look, you just go home, take 2 of these, and the doctor to give me a ring.
What did Mr. Tomachek say?
Miss Morrison, there's a 4-year-old kid in the next room who swallowed about a pound of birdseed.
Well, what did Mr. Tomachek say? Didn't he tell you about the writing?
Well, yes. He said you wrote something on a blackboard. And it upset you very much.
Is that all he said?
He spoke very highly of you as a teacher.
Well, didn't he tell you the writing was the handwriting of a dead woman?
No. Look, these things happen when a person's overtired. Nothing to worry about. If you take care of it right away. I mean that. About seeing your doctor.
Where's my car?
In the parking lot.
Thank you.
Sit down, please. Sit down. That's all I hear. Breakfast, supper, teacher, teacher, teacher. You would think you are anyhow the queen of some place. Well, see, it's late. He's usually home studying. You would think he's a college professor instead of a butcher, the way he studies. Oh, somebody should really take care of him. That's his Clara. She died. He cries like a baby at the mention of her name. A grown man.
Writing is the same.
What?
The inscription.
Oh, you mean what she wrote? Yes, very lovely.
Do you read the language?
Yes, Mr. Tomachek and I are from the same province.
She was lovely.
Sit down. Sit. He will be here soon now. It's very late. He will be so proud. His famous teacher is here. He will want to put up a sign. Just between us. He is a little sweet on you.
Oh, excuse me. I don't think I will wait.
Oh, you got to. He would be so disappointed.
Well, would you ask him to telephone me as soon as he comes in, no matter how late?
Sure. Just write down your number on the pad.
Oh, I'm in the book.
Hello? No, he isn't in yet, Miss Morrison. And I'm starting to worry.
Well, will you be sure to tell him to call me when he does come in? Is that... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe you can help me.
Well, I think I could, but it's been a long time. I'm out of practice.
It's just a few words. I just want to know what they mean.
That's he. Or him. That's is. That's, let's see. Oh, you know, like outside.
Who is it?
Me, Thomas.
Oh, hold on, just a minute. Mr. Tomacek, it happened again. I'm just on the phone with your landlady. She's translating for me.
You should have listened to Clara. He is out there. Do not let him in. He will kill you. You want to know what Clara wrote on the blackboard? Watch out. Watch out or he will kill you. Just like he killed me. Watch out.
You killed her.
She laughed at me. It was a field near our village, the outside. It was winter. Quiet. I mean, after. Same like Clara. Why you laugh at me when I give you present?
But I didn't.
You did. You did.
But I took it.
From Pretty, yes. You think Tomacek is
Ugly, huh?
No.
The inside tummy check is good. Fine. Like a prince. You don't know. You laugh. You hurt. It's like to poison. Sit down after you know. You. Oh. Love.
Oh.
Hello? We got disconnected. Listen, I changed this to English, but it don't make any sense.
Police.
Miss Morrison, is something wrong?
Call the police.
The history test paper on which Clara wrote her final message is now in the private collection of a respected student of psychic phenomena. It is the most dramatic example of automatic or psychic writing. There are other, less lurid, but equally puzzling examples, such as these books. Sorry Tale, Hope Trueblood, A Light from Beyond. All apparently dictated in the 1920s to a Mississippi Valley housewife, an English author, dead for 300 years. Now, after decades of investigations by the most skeptical scientists, no one has been able to disprove this psychic miracle. Automatic writing cannot be explained, certainly not on any rational level. One can only wonder about the persistent evidence of its existence, and perhaps hope that someday it may furnish still another clue to that unknown world beyond our five senses. The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not, but the real people who lived this story, they believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond. The city sleeps, unaware. Overhead, the dark clouds move in swiftly, piling up in an angry, churning mass, gathering strength to smash the city with a force it will not soon forget. But the storm will bring much more than wind and rain. Much more. A force far beyond man's understanding. The might of psychic lightning. It is just before dawn of a Wednesday morning. In a moment, lightning, forked lightning, will strike two human beings at two distant points of the city, drawing two complete strangers together with an irresistible force. One of them lived in this house.
Wake up, wake up.
Hmm?
Oh, George, it was terrible.
What?
I saw you dead.
At that same moment, at the other end of the city,
You had it. Come on.
Doc. What happened? Well, he sort of froze. If I hadn't grabbed him, that grinder would have chewed his hand to bits. What's the matter, Alex? Oh, let's better sit down. Well, let's see what's wrong with you. All right, Alex. Off with your shirt.
Ellen? Ellen, don't you think it's time you came back to bed? Baby, I've got to get up in an hour.
It wasn't a dream. It wasn't.
Sure, I know. It was a premonition. Your grandmother's gypsy blood talking to you.
I saw you. I saw you lying there on the floor of the bank. I did. I did. It was as real as anything that ever happened.
Ellen, baby, darling, we've got to get some sleep.
You don't believe?
Sure I do. But you're acting like a child. Everybody has bad dreams.
It wasn't a dream. It was different. I could see right through the walls. Through the darkness. There was this terrible loud noise clanging in my head. There were people. Frightened people all around. Suddenly you were lying there at my feet. Dead.
All right. Have it your way. I'm dead. Now can we go back to bed?
Oh, George, you mustn't go in today. You mustn't.
Oh, Ellen,
promise.
for heaven's sake.
Promise.
Ellen, are you awake? Really awake? Thinking clearly? Are you suggesting that I call the bank and say I won't be coming in today because my lovely wife has a feeling that something terrible will happen to me if I do?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, stop it, Ellen. I'm going back to bed.
Oh, George, please, I beg. George, I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid.
It's all right. It's all right now. It's all right.
All right, Alex, you can put your shirt on now. Of course, this is only a preliminary examination. But as far as I can tell, it appears that you suffered from a slight stroke. It's not necessarily serious in itself, but it is a pretty good indication of a deteriorating circulatory system. Alex? This is important. I warned you what would happen if you kept pushing yourself. Now I'm going to have to put in a report to the front office.
that you're no longer fit. It's for your own protection. I should have done it months ago. I'm sorry, Alex. But I have to do it. If you take care of yourself, proper diet, proper rest, or you can live as long as anyone else, and even come back to work eventually. If you don't, you'll be dead within 6 months. You're wrong. I only wish I were, Alex. Look, you take this envelope back to your own doctor. Have him get in touch with me. I'll only be too
You're
glad.
wrong. I don't have 6 months. I don't have 6 days. I'll be dead by tonight.
Alex, it's true your condition is serious, but not that.
When I was standing there at that wheel, it was like a million colored lights exploding in my head.
That's symptomatic of a stroke.
No. Suddenly, I knew I was going to die. Doesn't matter what I do. I'll be dead by tonight. I know it.
Alex.
Remember this? The medical history of Alex Peters. This morning, the patient suffered his second cerebral arterial spasm with a left-sided paresis. In other words, a stroke. But was it really a stroke? Or was it a physical reaction to the sudden, unshakable knowledge that he was going to die today? Well, today is still young. And as Alex Peters wanders the morning streets in search of some plan for his last hours on this earth, across town, the second part of the double premonition is having quite a different effect. Across town, George Chambers has finally quieted his wife's hysteria. He has agreed to spend the day at home, but only to humor her. He knows there can't possibly be anything in her foolish premonition. Not possibly.
I can't explain it any better than I already have. All I know is it was clearer than you are right now.
All right, but you were asleep. Now, what makes you so sure it wasn't a dream?
Because it wasn't. I ought to know the difference.
Then what do you call it?
You said the word premonition. Hello? Oh, hello, Phil. Good morning. No, he hasn't left yet. I was going to call you. George won't be coming in today. Oh, it's nothing serious. Will you tell Mr. Masterson that George isn't available?
Let me talk to him. Phil, what's this about Masterson? Today? But he wasn't due until next Monday. I see. What time? I'll be right down.
George, you promised.
I know, but this is terribly important.
Important? More important than your life?
Oh, stop being so childish.
Why can't someone else take care of Masterson's business?
No, nobody can.
Why not?
Because he's a federal bank examiner, that's why.
So? So what would he do if you really were sick?
What would we do if I were suddenly in jail? No, don't worry, darling. I can fix it. I just need a little time. That's why it's so important.
What?
Well, where do you suppose all the money came from? You like this house, don't you? You like the fur coats, don't you? You like the free trips to Europe every summer, don't you?
George.
Don't worry. I can fix it.
Hi.
Good morning.
Don't you think you've had enough sleep for one night, young lady?
Why? What time is it? 9:30? Why didn't you wake me?
Well, I just got home.
How come?
I had some things to do.
Where'd you have breakfast?
I didn't. Why should I when I've got such a good cook at home?
Hey, school. What am I going to do about school?
Would you really mind very much missing one day?
Well, not really.
Come on, then. I'd love some coffee.
How do you want your eggs?
No eggs, just coffee.
How come?
I'm not very hungry.
But you can't live on just coffee.
Don't you worry about me.
It doesn't really matter too much about school anyhow. Mrs. Ferris is still homesick, and we've got the substitute, who only gives us review. I won't miss anything important.
That's good.
Besides, I can get it from Alice if she gives us any new stuff.
Uh-huh.
It'll be fun being home with you all day anyhow. And we've got food shopping to do. It'll take me 2 minutes. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Why are you looking at me like that?
How am I looking?
Funny. Do you feel all right?
Sure. You know something? I like you.
Me too.
Excuse me. Who do I see about setting up a trust fund?
Well, Mr. Carter or Mr. Chambers can help you.
Ellen, for heaven's sake, I'm snowed under with work. I don't...
Mr. Carter will help you.
Thank you.
Will you keep leaving me with this ridiculous... Ellen. Ellen, listen to me. Listen. No, I'm not leaving here. I can't...
Yes?
I'd like some advice about a trust fund.
Surely, make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to be shot. Yes, shot to death. Okay, that's fine with me. Now, will you please leave me alone? Of course I'm making fun of you.
So, Mr.
Peters. Alex Peters.
Yes, what sort of trust fund did you have in mind?
For my daughter. I'd like to set up a trust fund for my daughter.
Well, I think that can be arranged.
I sure hope so. I'm a widower. I figure that Carolyn will need it, well, at least $100 a month to live on. At least.
Certainly. How old is Carolyn?
12. I'd like to set it up so that, well, after I'm dead, whoever's taking care of her, Carolyn will have the money to live on.
Yes, of course. Does Carolyn have a middle name?
What? Oh, no. No, she doesn't have a middle name.
Ellen, I have to hang up now.
It's all a question.
Ellen, I can't discuss this with you any longer.
I can advise you, of course.
Listen.
First, let's get all the facts down.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Your daughter's 12. I take it she's an only child? Mm-hmm. Now, suppose we start with your current assets.
Well, there's my life insurance policy.
Yes, what's the amount?
$1,200.
1,200.
And then there's the stock. Hudson Corporation, 50 shares. It was selling at 3 1/4 this morning.
Well, that comes to $162.50. Savings?
Well, I have $672 in postal savings.
What else?
That's all.
Oh, surely there must be other things. Furnishings, your car, home, real estate?
No, I don't have any of those things. And I live in a furnished apartment.
150, 750, 1,200, 672. Well, as of today, your total worth is $2,034.50, counting the insurance and assuming there are no debts. At 6%, that would bring in about $120 a year.
A year?
Yes, sir. For an income of $100 a month, you'd need 10 times that amount.
10 times?
Of course, a lot of things could happen before it becomes necessary to use such a fund. You're young, there are many productive years ahead of you. Surely your estate will grow. And, of course, a certain amount will come in from Social Security. We always figure on that.
$20,000.
I'm afraid that...
Bill, let me have a conditional sales contract. I've run out of them. Sure.
$20,000? Oh, well, sure thing, Alex. No sooner said than done. Man can't have too much insurance. Sir, let me see here. The beneficiary would be... oh, yes, Carolyn Peters. You got a real sweet kid there, Alex, and with things the way they are with her, well, man can't be too cautious. Yes, sir, it gives a man real peace of mind to know his loved ones are adequately provided for. Not that anybody ever expects to die, of course, but we never know when the Grim Reaper is sharpening up his axe for us, do we? Well, now, let me see. The monthly premium for a man your age would be, $67.50. That's kind of steep for you, Alex. We can cut it in half for you if you like. We can always do that. You're an old friend. I don't forget old friends, Alex. I'm not that kind of a guy. You know that. Yes, sir. Well, I guess you know what you can afford, huh? The policy will go into effect the minute I hear from... hello, Hazel. This is Wilson Tuttle. How's my girl? Uh-huh. I got another customer for you. I want you to take extra good care of him. He's an old friend. How about tomorrow morning, first thing? No use letting any grass grow under our feet, huh? We're trying to set up an early appointment with the doctor for you.
What for?
Well, it's... just a formality, of course, but when a man jumps from 1,200 to 20,000, why, we don't make the policy binding on either party until the physical examination is complete. Not that you'll have any trouble, but well, we all have to protect ourselves in the clinches, huh? Now, if the doctor has an open appointment, hello, Hazel. Oh, swell. 9:30 bright and early. That's fine. Fine. Alex. Alex?
Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, dong.
George, please listen to me, please. George, I tried not to call. But the feeling's suddenly stronger than ever that now, right now, the terrible thing that's going to happen has started. George, unless you... George, don't hang up on me. George, please listen.
Daddy?
Hurry.
Harris, I want you to deposit this in the name of Wilson Barrington. Right away, please.
No! No! No, 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 no!
Yes? It happened. Just as you saw it. It happened. But why? Well, fate? Destiny? What other words are there? Certainly it was destiny for George Chambers and Alex Peters to cancel out each other's lives. That's not a very satisfactory answer, is it? But what other answer is there? I mean, that we know about. In a Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows. This is not merely a story of arson. They will put this fire out in time. No one will be hurt. But she who started the fire, what about her? You saw her face. She is not merely an arsonist. Look at her again. $11 exactly the same time as before, but many miles away.
Bill, I'm going to be perfectly frank with you. I don't know what causes these fevers. They seem to be malaria, the way they come and go. But they're not quite like it.
She'll be fine in the morning. That's the way it's been. In the morning.
She's already past the crisis. When did the fever come on?
Around 10. Inside of 15 minutes, it shot up to 103.
It's the fourth time this year. I just don't know.
Oh, dear. Another fire. At Lieberg this time.
Fortunately, all the kids got out. Building was pretty well destroyed, though.
Why, that's the fourth one this year, and they all seem to happen in the same sort of place. The last one was at a girls' school, you remember?
I'd be willing to bet the same firebug's responsible for all of them.
Well, now, how could that be? The girls' school, well, it was just on the border of Canada, and Lieberg is, well, it's only 2 hours from New York City.
Yeah, hide it someplace. It always upsets her to read about these fires.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Farley. Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
You know, I don't know why it took me so long to get dressed. Well, such long faces for such a lovely morning.
Well, you look so well. I declare I don't see how you can.
Now, Mrs. Hardy, I do not want to hear another word about last night. Bill.
Esther. Look, I...
What's the matter?
Well, you were awfully sick last night, and...
Please. Please don't let's talk about it today. Please.
All right. I love you.
Oh, thank you. Where's the morning paper?
It didn't come this morning.
It always comes. What's the matter? What happened? Was there a fire last night?
Now, don't upset yourself, please.
What did you do with it if you burned it?
No, all right. Don't you tell him I told you. And please don't let it bother you. It's no concern of yours.
Hello, Mrs. Quinton.
Hello, Chief Wilson. It's very good of you to be so prompt.
You said you had to see me.
Yes. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
Everybody's out, so we won't be disturbed. Won't you sit down?
Thank you very much. What was it you wanted to tell me, Mrs. Quinton?
It's about those fires. I should have come to you some time ago, but I just couldn't bring myself to. But now, I'm afraid that children might be burned to death.
Oh, you mean those orphanage fires? Yes,
They are terrible, but thank God they're nowhere around here.
But they will be. Because she will be here.
Who?
My sister, Emily.
Oh, Mrs. Quentin.
I know that she is the one that's responsible for setting all of those fires.
How do you know that?
I know. Because I can feel her mind working.
What do you mean you can feel her mind?
I always knew what she was thinking. You see, we're identical twins. I haven't seen her since we were 10, but I know what she's thinking.
I see. Well, what about your sister? Does she know what you're thinking?
No. No. And she never knew that I could read her mind. She had such terrible, horrible thoughts.
Mrs. Quentin, I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Everybody thought that she was kind and good and wonderful. That's what she wanted them to think. But I knew what she really was. And when those hideous fires started to break out, I kept hoping that somebody would catch her and put her away.
Mrs. Quentin, have you talked this over with your husband?
No. No, you see, my husband doesn't know I have a twin sister.
Why not?
Well, when I was 17, I left my hometown and I came to New York. That's where I met my husband. And, well, there didn't seem to be any reason for me to tell him about the past. But now, I'm afraid.
It's all right, I'll take care of it once, and just don't you worry about a thing, Mrs. Quentin.
Do you have to involve my husband? I mean, you know, you can imagine how ashamed I am if there were any scandal. His family.
No. I'll keep it very quiet. Just don't you worry, Mrs. Quentin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Esther, please.
I knew he'd go straight to you. I should have known he'd do it. But I can't help it if he doesn't believe me.
Bill, you've got to do something. You've got to do something to stop her. You must, before it's too late, you must do something.
I'm sorry.
I am sorry. I should have told you a long time ago. I know it. I am sorry.
But, Esther, we don't even know where Emily is.
But she was in Leeburg last night. That's where the fire was, wasn't it?
Mrs. Quentin, please, listen for a moment. If it's true that you know what your sister is thinking...
If it is true, I swear to you that it is true.
And working on the theory that you have a sister named Emily...
You don't believe that?
Well, it's hard to believe. You've never mentioned her before.
Would you believe me if Emily called me on the phone tonight? I can will her to call me.
What?
I can will her to call me. I can.
If you can do that, then will her to stop setting fires.
But I can't do that, Dr. Parks. Don't you think I have tried? Don't you think I've really tried? Bill, you don't believe a word I've said, do you?
Well, darling, first you say that you can will her to do one thing, and then you say that you can't will her to do something else.
But don't you see? I can't change what she really is. Emily is evil, Bill. You think that I'm all imagining this, don't you? Don't you
No,
think that?
No, you're worn out from the fevers. Sometimes people get strange fancies when they're ill, isn't that right?
I'm not insane, Bill. Don't you understand? I'm not insane.
No,
I am not ill, and I'm not
saying
insane.
that, Esther. We're not saying it.
Emily will call here at 10 o'clock tonight. And when she does, I want you to answer the phone, Bill. And I want you to be here, Dr. Parks and Chief Wilson. And then perhaps you'll believe me. I hope it won't be too late.
Well, if it's all right, I'll be going along then.
Oh, certainly, Chief. Again, my apologies for wasting your time this way. Hello? Hello? What? Gainestown, New York calling. What? Yes, this is the Quentin residence. Hello? Hello? This is William Quentin. Esther's upstairs. Who's calling, please? Emily Harkness. Can you wait a second, please? I'll get Esther. Hello? Central. Central, we were cut off. Oh, thank you. She hung up.
What did Emily say?
She said, this is Emily Harkness. Is Esther there? When I asked her to wait, she laughed in a strange way and hung up.
Bill! 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 Stop her. Stop her. She started. She started another fire
Esther,
again.
darling, we just spoke to her on the phone.
No, it's a convent school this time. It's in the back. It's spreading all through the building.
We just
Stop
spoke.
her.
Listen to me. We just...
Leave her again, Bill. Take her upstairs.
Vernon, stop her. Vernon, stop. Stop her.
Hello, Central. Chief Wilson. I'd like to make a long-distance call. Gainestown, New York. The police station, please hurry. Hello? Hello? This is Chief Wilson, calling from Cedar Falls. Do you have a convent or parochial school in Gainestown? St. Anne's? Thank you for your information. I'll explain later. Hello, Central. Please connect me with St. Anne's School, Gainestown, New York. Hello, St. Anne's School?
Yes, this is Sister Agatha speaking. Cedar Falls? Police chief? No, I wasn't asleep. What can I do for you, sir?
Have you had a fire there this evening?
A fire? Certainly not. Wait just a minute. I can't talk now.
What happened?
There is a fire. I heard people yelling. I heard the bells. I'm going to get action on this right now. There's no sense bothering with Gainestown. She moves too fast for that. She must live somewhere. Your wife said she hadn't heard or seen her for some time, but other people have. Where did Mrs. Quentin used to live?
Waterville. She was raised in the orphanage there.
I'm off there right now.
Bill, please tell me the truth. Did anything happen last night that was bad? I mean, I'm not talking about the phone call from Emily.
Everything's all right. Try to eat something, dear.
I'll try.
Mr. Quentin, Chief Wilson.
Oh, yes. Esther.
What happened? Tell me. Did you find her? Did you find her?
Darling, this is a business matter. Let me
No.
handle it.
Mrs. Quentin should hear this, too. I just got back from Waterville. Had a long talk with the superintendent of the orphanage there.
Go on.
Mrs. Quentin did have a twin sister, Emily, all right. They shared a room together when they were kids. When they were 10 years old, there was a fire in that room. Emily died in that fire.
She didn't. I tell you, she didn't. She didn't die. She didn't. I'm telling you that she didn't. No, she didn't. She didn't. No. Bill, listen. Now, you talked with Emily on the phone. And Dr. Parks, you heard him. And so did Chief Wilson. Now, you can't deny that, either of you. Can you? You can't. You just can't deny that you heard them. And wouldn't I have known if my very own sister were burned to death in a fire?
Esther, darling, for heaven's sake.
I remember that fire. The curtains, they were ablaze. And they caught fire to a dress. And she was burned, but she didn't die. I tell you that she didn't die.
Mrs.
I tell you, she didn't die.
Yourself.
She's getting stronger. She's getting stronger. Please, you've got to stop her. Stop her, please, Bill.
And will her to come here.
Bill. Oh, Bill, do you believe me?
Yes, darling, yes.
You do. You believe.
Will her to come here.
Yes.
Bill, what are you doing? You're losing your mind?
She did call, Doctor.
Somebody called.
Somebody called at 10 o'clock, just as Esther said. And that somebody said she was Emily Harkness. Will her to come here.
Emily, take the train tonight. Emily, the train.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
How's Mrs. Quentin?
She'll be all right. Once we find Emily and put her away.
I told you that
I don't
Emily...
care what you told me. Emily Harkness did call here last night, and there was a fire in Gainestown. The superintendent in Waterville must have made a mistake in the records.
It wasn't a matter of just checking the records. The man was there at the time. He remembers the girls well. He remembers what happened.
So does my wife. She said that her sister did not die in the fire, and I believe her.
I didn't just check with the superintendent. I checked with 3 other people who were there at the time. They said that Emily was a sweet, lovable girl. And that her sister, your wife, was insanely jealous of her. They didn't say that Mrs. Quentin started the fire. It may have been an accident.
May have been an accident. What are you trying to say?
All I'm trying to say is after it happened, Esther went into a high fever. She was out of her head for quite some time. After she got over it, she never mentioned her sister again. The folks at the orphanage thought it was better that way.
I prefer to believe what I heard last night with my own ears. Good night, Chief. I wish we hadn't left Esther alone.
She's not alone. Mrs. Harney's with her.
It's warm in here.
There it is.
Go.
Emily? Emily? Emily! Wait! Esther? 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 Oh! She's burned. She's burned. She's burned.
The phenomenon of bilocation, the power which enables a person to be in two places at once, has been reported many times. In a sense, the one entity becomes two. The second is sometimes called the etheric double. In this instance, Esther Quentin may have been subconsciously aware of the truth, that the evil Emily was actually her other self, and so deliberately consigned both entities to the flames. Have you ever been certain your telephone would ring in the next 10 seconds? Or have you ever walked down a strange street and had the feeling that you knew what lay beyond the unturned corner? Yes? Then you've had a brief encounter with the world of the unknown. You are ready for the actual human experience that follows.
Amy? Time to set the table.
I was just coming, Ma.
Amy Horvath, age 12. Farm girl, helping her mother with the chores. How perfectly normal. Certainly a most unlikely channel for the supernormal, the psychic, isn't she? Well, don't you believe it?
The table.
All right. I was talking to Miss Palmer this morning. She says there's all kinds of excitement over in town. Some children belonging to someone at that army camp over by the shore from got themselves lost.
Don't take much to get people excited.
Miss Palmer says
Never you mind what Miss Palmer says. We got nothing to do with them army folk. We mind our own business. You let them mind theirs.
Yes, Ma. He didn't say.
He didn't say.
What?
Pa, he didn't say.
Say what?
If he was fixing on butchering the pig. Well, it ain't no later than last year.
What ain't no later?
Butchering the pig. Pa waited even later last year.
Now, that's twice you done that. I didn't say nothing about Pa and the pig, but you answered. And then about it being late, I didn't say nothing about that neither. I was thinking it, but I didn't say nothing.
But I heard you.
How? When I didn't say nothing.
I don't know. I just heard you. Well, I don't know, Ma.
Emmy, what's got into you? What's got into you? You try and make out like you can read my mind?
Ma, please.
It was a mistake. Go on. Say it. It was a mistake.
Why are you scared?
I'm not scared.
You sound scared.
How'd you know what I was thinking? Emmy, is it just me? Or can you do it with others?
I don't know, Ma. It just started.
What about Pa?
You mean about what he's thinking? He's mad. The cow's commencing to dry up already, and he's mad.
You're making it up.
No, Ma,
I'm going to tell you Pa knew.
No,
Yes, you
tell
are
me.
making
I'm not making it up. Honest, I'm not.
Oh, hey! Too much noise in there. Squealing like a couple of stuck pigs, both of you. No more than 4 quarts. That calf ain't due for months, and she's commencing to dry up already. Oh, yeah. Another thing. That young pasture apple you set such store by, Emmy, that's just dead. Rabbit's got her. Well, I'm ready. Where's supper? A couple of minutes ago, you two couldn't start talking. Well, what's got into you two, anyway?
Go on. Go on, you tell him.
Tell me what?
Jed, is the cow really commencing to dry up?
Well, I just said that, didn't I?
You tell Emmy before?
How could I when I just finished milking?
Now, wait up, Jed. Don't be getting mad. Listen. I think she can read folks' minds.
You gone crazy? She can't even read what they teach her in school.
Jed, I mean it.
All right. What is it?
Nothing.
Well, what am I thinking? Can you tell that? She don't know.
Yeah, she knows.
If she knows, why don't she say it? Hmm? Why don't you say it?
Pa.
Come on, Emmy. What am I thinking?
The apple tree. The pasture apple. That's why you're mad at me. You tethered the cow to it. She pulled it out. That's how it got killed, not rabbits.
You see? She knows.
She's seen me.
You done it this morning while I was fetching kindling. You know that. You're thinking it yourself.
You shut your mouth. You. It ain't bad enough you give me no sons. You give me a female with the devil inside her.
Ma, what did I do?
They got a name for one like her. Witch.
Don't say that, Jed.
Ma!
That's what they said about old Lady Cole, remember? They come up here, they took her away, they sent her away upstate.
They said she was crazy.
Crazy, witch, it's the same thing.
They wouldn't come take Emmy away.
No, Ma, don't let him take me away.
What are we going to do?
We are going to keep our mouths shut.
Ma, don't let him take me away.
And keep your mouth shut. Listen, Emmy. Don't you tell nobody about what you can do. Nobody. Understand?
I won't tell no one, I swear. Only don't let him call me a witch.
All right,
Please,
all right.
don't.
Stop blubbering. Cow drying up months early. You gonna sit there and tell me we ain't got a witch in this house?
Pa, I ain't a witch, Pa. Don't call me one. I ain't. Make me not a witch. Make me not a witch. Please make me not a witch.